Oh, Steppergen. What, friend? Sorry. I'm currently getting ready to start screaming incoherent blood curses at PlayStation. How are you? And I mean, like, I'm talking, like, deep chalice dungeon, old tongue curses. How are you doing? Tell me your tales, friend. Coming in, coming in. And Alpha and Fearless, Miyaki Sakura, Watto friends. Hello, hello. Oh, sorry, it's been a morning. And I remembered before we got started, I was like, okay, I should get the PlayStation Plus sorted. And I was confronted with multiple screens of absolute nonsense. And I just want to scream and throw shoes. As I was saying, I'm basically going to go down into the deepest, dankest parts of the Chalice dungeons and find curse words not uttered by human faces. Just... Anyway, on happier topics, how are you all doing? I hope you're having yourselves a lovely weekend. I think I'm just, like, last night was a lot in a good way, and I think I'm still kind of recovering from. And Wraith, good morning, Watto friends! Come on in, friends, come on in. Oh! God, no wonder I look like shite. Made my lighting to hide my my haggard face. Alright, there we go. Puns, Wolfcrad, Watto friends! Who's ready to go to Old Yharnam? And Wraith, it is sincerely appreciated. I would have jumped straight into game, just because that seems to be Mr. Twitch's prerogative. But I'm currently... I may have to say, we'll do PlayStation Plus next week. I might have to do Old Yharnam, old style. Just so that I don't end up cursing the bloodline of PlayStation and all that come before. I'm trying to remember the name of that super spell from Order of the Stick, which kills an entire lineage throughout time. Because I'm about to do that. Mega Boss, Watto, and welcome. Hey, and Sky, and Wraith as well, like, cheers for the lurks. Last night did good. So, hopefully I can bring the thunder today. Hopefully. Bring the strength, the meat. But, I also wanted to, like, chat and hang out with you all. Everything's been happening so much over the last couple of weeks, you know. I did realise that, like, you know, Tuesday we had Valheim, and that was full on. But I didn't really get a chance to chat with you all. I guess we did get to talk during Bioshock, but there's so much to say about that game. It doesn't really leave time for banter. And I've been so wiped out in the evenings. Like, even last night, I was basically just hanging out with everybody in Discord like a potato. A potato who repeatedly got shot in the face playing video games and was like, you know what? I need to go to bed now. In case you're wondering, yes, I'm still hooked on Zero Sivan, or Sivian. Yes, it's still fucking brilliant. And I've crested the hill where I'm kind of now into the explore and fight stage. And Chanto, Watto, hello, hello. Also, sorry, Chato, just reminding me. The VODs for last night are being put up on YouTube as we speak. They'll be available this evening. And Scardy split it into the interview section and the gameplay section, because I know a lot of people are probably just going to want to... Well, okay, Scardy guessed that a lot of people are probably just going to want to see the interview or listen to the interview, and that's understandable. Squarepegs, potatoes all round. Shout out to the person who saw a potato in the ground and went, I'm going to roast the shit out of that and eat that. Congratulations to you, hero of time. We'll never know your name, but we'll feel your contributions. Well, and Chanto, we are currently still in the Bezos heist. We are still questing for greatness. So any and all is sincerely appreciated. And to answer your question of if someone put a silly homage to you in a...
The first person to bake a potato was a real trailblazer, a Sputnik of their time.
Pun Spectre, I want to see the NASA patch of that one. And Janto, I guess it depends the level of fanfic. But no, I would not seek legal action. And Pun Spectre, thank you kindly. I mean, Kisa, if you want some coffee, I've got some. Like I'm awake enough for Pun Spectre level puns, so just gotta get on my level. On my level. How are you doing, Kisa? To all of you, Watto and welcome. Vanderbeest, head of house order, welcome. Hello, hello. Now the joke is, obviously, I'm not going to be giving Kisa any of my coffee because we're going to Old Yharnam. And I hear, at least according to Yelp, there's loads of great coffee places in Old Yharnam. Now, a few of the reviews are a bit out of date, but I'm sure it's fine, you know? I mean, I can't imagine anything bad's happened in Old Yharnam, right? Right? And caffeine, Watto, friend!
Stop that incessant clicking.
Kisa, I hope things are going well, and I hope you're not having a bad time. But it was just, I don't know if I can help with this. I've been dealing with what appears to be like a sassy, I want to say like a sassy drag unicorn. And I just imagined what problems unfurl from this situation. Oh, Kisa, I've heard about the sandwich shop. I think we went past that from Central Yharnam down into Old Yharnam. So we can probably go back up there for lunch. And Stepagen, like, thank you for gifting us up to Kisa. That's real fucking cool of you. Naru Hoodie, I say Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh no! Friends, I hate to disappoint you, but it seems like the Yharnam sandwich shop's just been turned into a Subway. God, that might be the most depressing thing of the day. But Numbers is having pizza for lunch, so everyone's having a good one. AR, Watto and welcome. I am very exhausted. I feel like I haven't stopped for like 2 weeks, and I have definitely been having some oh shit, I can't believe I haven't done X moments. But I'm with you lot. We're going to be playing Bloodborne today. We just got into Old Yharnam.
Was gonna make a snail-based hamburger joint, but it turns out it's not really fast food.
Bravo, puns. Bravo. 10 out of 10. No notes. No notes. So yeah, like in the grand scheme of everything, I'm doing real good. I didn't even check the hot sheets this morning. And I guess we haven't really talked about the spicy game stuff this week because there's been so much going on. Like how NetEase and Blizzard divorced. Moose with, right, who's up for a good old-fashioned Barnum crawl? God. Yharnam pub crawl. Let's fucking go! I see no downsides! I mean, misnomers, you can have pizza for lunch. Like, be the arbiter of your own destiny. Have pizza for lunch. Take the whole thing for yourself. You know what? You're a grown-up. Joe who can't have pizza for lunch? Babies. Because they can't digest
online.
it.
Sensors online.
Yeah.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho Vikings? What's this? 22 months? Here's to many more. Cheers.
And Lyris, and cheers to you, friend. Cheers to you. God. 22 months. Yay! Numbers, that sounds bloody marvellous. And summoned a train of maximum noise! Oh. No, all of you. Feckin' thank you. And sorry if I miss alerts and stuff. Feel free to, like, poke at me. I'm here, but I'm definitely still waking up.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh.
And me because my tum hurts.
Well, unless you have pizza digestion based problems. Do you know what, the Dreamer? I was going for a bit, it fell out of my head. Let me just say a proper thank you for, like, yeah, that's 49 months. That's the maximum that anybody can have right now. So cheers to you and thank you. Feckin' legend. And Lyris, naming it a coffee train, officially designated. What was I going to say? Oh, so Kisa was asking how the heist is going. The heist is going... Woo! Sky just basically carpet bombing the cup there. Good on ya. Oh, Sky just thank you for the 800. I hope you're doing good. Who's not got a hello from me? PVS, what? Oh, and welcome, friend. Coming in. Oh, and Blackout Club Squad. Hang on, let me get my. Let me get me a string.
That incessant clicking.
No. No. Sorry about that.
It was.
Okay.
More Bloodborne.
Yes!
Less than 3.
Like I said, Keldra, we're heading to Old Yharnam, and I have been checking Yelp all morning, looking for coffee shops. And while I said, like, a few of the reviews are a little bit out of date, like, they're kind of old, but it says there's a bunch of good coffee places, so we should be set. No, so what I was going to say, friends, is Deus had to do a little bit of reworking for the trailer for Runaways. So there you go. If you needed to share with the grand world the trailer for Deus's upcoming Blackout Club stuff, boosh, biggity bam, it's there. It's happening. God. Keldra, why does that sound appetizing? What is wrong with me? And harmonious Watto and welcome.
A hunter must hunt.
A hunter must hunt. Fearless fucking thank you, mate. Thank you. That is going to help a lot. I use that to feed my family. That's what goes to feed the nuggets and the dogs. No, seriously. 1, it's fucking cool to see the grand dramatic duck, and 2, thank you for that. Like, donations and bits are what keep us going and keeps this going. So, thank you. Glorious Mother Hubbards. Yeah. So Dom, I have been watching Witch from Mercury. I think I'm an episode behind. This week has been just a fucking lot. But let me answer your question with another question. Are you watching Chainsaw Man? And Shackle, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Numbers, I do not spend the donation and bits on gacha waifus. I am waifuless in this world. With naught but my cuddly Anjanath and several Gundams to keep me company. And Tasty Watto friend. Hello, hello.
The Teenage Mutant
Oh,
Ninja
shit!
Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
I was quietly being like, okay, I guess this is a calm train. That's alright. Lyris, Sincerely, thank you, right? It's still feckin' wild that, like, even with the Bezos heist going on, our little, like, friendo count is still over 500. Over 500. How am I supposed to deal with that? How am I supposed to be like, oh, it's just fair? And Biggs, Watto and welcome. Congratulations on finally killing Laser, or Lazar. Old Lazars. His gun is ridiculous and I love it. It's currently what I'm using. And Biggs, have you met the big angry man in the mall yet? Because, oh boy. Oh boy. And Lyris and Naru Hoodie, thank you for filling the pint glass. House order not to be outdone. Red Burning Dragon, it is time to get hit by a spooky vortex. That is the goal. Well, Wolfcrad, however you choose to keep this operation afloat, thank you. Alright. Ah! Biggs taking house orders work too hard, to exception. And Captain Stephanie Barnes and House Valkyrie, what ho friend! To those of you who joined us, as I was saying, Skadi has cut up last night's VOD into the interview section and the gameplay section. So for those of you that did miss the interview with Null and Rue last night, that'll be over on YouTube at some point this evening.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah. Wolfcrad, effective legend. And yeah, once again, the trailer for Deus's new work, Runaways, is up. I know we got to see kind of a preview of it last night, but Deus wanted to do some last little tweaks to the trailer. So if you haven't seen that, I've dropped the link in chat. Give it a watch, give it a like. Again, like, Deus does this for the love, alright? And I feel very, very lucky to be even, like, tangentially involved in it. You know what I mean? So, fucking y'all. Today we are playing Bloodborne. We are going to Yharnam. AR, so next Memnal will probably be next month. I've not had a chance to sit down with Baron and work out time. And it was one of the things I knew we'd have to skip for the Great Bezos heist. This is, okay, this is one of the reasons why I get so grumbly crumbum with Twitch as an operation. Okay, the mechanical entity, because one of the reasons why we're doing the heist is Twitch is no longer a group of people that you can talk to. It is an entity too big to be discussed with. It's a lumbering machine. And that's fine. It is what it is. And hey, it's the best medium for me to sit and talk with all of you lot 5 days a week, which I fucking love. And the interesting thing is that things like Memnal aren't something that Twitch gets. So like, we'll be playing Bloodborne today, and hopefully we'll get those heist numbers into the big banging spaces, and we will talk about Old Yharnam and, you know, environmental storytelling. I finally got a copy of Elden Ring, so who knows what the post-Bloodborne world will have for us. But the thing about Memnal is that it's one of the smaller things that we do here on the Longship, but everybody who's in Memnal fucking loves it. Myself, obviously, included. Like, but because it's a smaller group of people more involved, that doesn't proc on any radars. Sorry, I'm getting too into the paint. Someone take the conversation away from me. I'm getting too into the paint. Anyway, TLDR, I will let you all know with plenty of advance when we're continuing with Memnal. Because I need to know what happens. You know? I know nothing more about, you know, what's upcoming in the story than you lot. Also, Lyris and Naru and Captain Steph, thank you for filling the pint glass. Okay. And with that, our train is concluded. Thank you kindly. What I will say, good hunters, is that for those of you who are playing along with Bloodborne today, I'm not going to be turning on co-op just yet. And I need to apologize for that, because today it is no other reason than I'm going to flip my lid at Sony. There is a dark rage inside me that can only be quelled with thirst and murder. I looked at the sign up for PlayStation Plus thing today, and I'd completely forgotten about the tri-platform, Okay, you know what? I'll just feckin' show you. Hang on. I think it's gone to sleep mode. Give it a sec. Yeah. So I went over to do this, and I'm confronted by Essential, Extra, and Premium. Now, I'm sure I've gone over these, and I'm sure I could research it and get it all working. But it's just... This was almost the straw too far this morning. I was nearly going to march up to Mr. Sony's house and just pee on his letterbox and rage. Now, I understand where things like this happen. Situations like this happen because you have long-standing subscription services that aren't making as much money as you'd like, but you can't change, either due to infrastructural problems or due to like long subscribing consumers. You can't just change it. So you can't say, right, we're getting rid of PlayStation Plus and we're introducing PlayStation Happy Fun Times. So you've got to keep PlayStation Plus as both a brand and a name. But you want to add more things on top of them. So like Premium is $20 a month. Like, oh boy, you better come around and do my fucking dishes if I'm giving you $20 a month. Sorry. But this is bad. Now, this is bad for multiple reasons. This is bad because it confuses users and it creates doubt. Like, right now, I have to Google, like, which one do I need to be able to play Bloodborne with you all? Because what I don't want to do is spend $9.99 and then find out that I have to then spend an extra $15 on top, resulting in even more money than if I'd spent the other one. And the thing is, I'm clued up in this space. But when you're tired and you haven't had a cup of coffee and you're trying to get things working, like, all this does is create another barrier to entry for users. So, yeah. Sorry, thank you for letting me rant on that one. Wet Paint Gaming, Watto and welcome. It's been really feckin' cool during the heist to be able to hang out with as many friendos. Like, Joe Cat's expressed an interest in keeping going with Valheim after the heist, and I'm really down for that. Floydo is someone you have to book him up ages in advance, but when I messaged him and said, hey, like, Dan, I'm really trying for this, he was like, don't worry, we got you. It's been real good. It's been real good, and I really do hope you've been enjoying it. And Wolfgrad, I do not mind talking about that. So, the big button, let's have a look at it. Because Wolfgrad was asking that I've been sharing like the daily numbers during the Great Bezos heist. Where is it? It's under achievements. Achievements. So currently, as it stands on the big button, we are at 68.9. They couldn't even give us 69. Nice. Heckin' yo. Also, Shackle, are you still in? Sorry, PVS says that Floydo is how they found myself. First experience with Zoe being hunted. Added, suck it, Fred. Fred and I have been... God. Fred and I, we met at a PAX and became like the fastest con friends. I'm still amazed Fred puts up with me. Because I am a disaster, but... This is one of the things that's like hours in a day. I do want to do more video stuff with Fred. But that's another story. But yeah, so Wet Paint Gaming. That's feckin' cool of you to say so, and feckin' yo. Yeah, and so Wet Paint, that's the one thing that like I can say is that the impression you get of Floydo is exactly how he is. He genuinely cares and he genuinely gives a fuck. And it's nice to be able to say that, you know what I mean? Eagle lives! Watto and welcome! Now you can tell I've worked with Eagle Lives because they give me shit all the time. I once brought them in to hustle a Company of Heroes tournament. Little did we know...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, Wolfcrad, that's fucking cool of you. Little did we know that the other team hustled us even harder. How are we supposed to know they had actual esports people in-house? Bullshit.
I have to leave to meet friendos for dinner, but hopefully I'll be back before you finish the stream. But either way, have fun and have some bits.
Hey, Lyrus, by now I think you know how much like the bits help and how much they mean to this house, so thank you. Alright? It's always good to see you. Feckin' yo. God, I completely lost my train of thought there. Oh yes, no, so Eagle Lives, we worked together at the Creative Assembly. Although Eagle Lives was on console, I was on Total War. So we were floors apart. During the Make War Not Love promotion against the Company of Heroes devs, Relic, we had a lot of fun with that. We had a lot of fun with that. Sorry, I'm just telling old stories now. So yeah, so Shackle, hey, no worry on the sleep schedule. I wasn't calling you out. I don't know. I snuck a little shout out to you in the last Happen Lance video, and I didn't know if you or Jaralan had seen that. Hey, Harmonious and everybody, like, I'm really fucking lucky to have a friendo. Well, friendos like, you know, Floydo and DJ and Joe and peeps like that, like, peeps who are also willing to support a dumbass like me on the internet, you know? There are so many of you that I wouldn't have had the chance to meet without Floydo. Like, I can yo. I'm real grateful for that. I'm real grateful for that. And here's the fun thing, is that even ever since the Sir You're Being Hunted video, I still haven't managed to finish telling any cohesive stories about the games industry because I'm constantly distracted. God, some good times. Wolfgrad's like, hey, what's that over there? Oh, what is that over there? Oh, it's a tiny Gundam model kit that goes on top of a cup noodle. This was what I was going to build with you all on Thursday, and then real life was like, knock knock, who's there? Fuckery! Fuckery! Oh, no! That was my Thursday. But no, this was a present from Park Programs because he got an order of Gundams in from Japan. And it was a promotional tiny Gundam kit that you actually got from the top of a cup noodle set. And I think it's the Gelug, which I always want to call the Genlong. Don't ask me why. There's no N in it. Dyslexia sometimes makes words better. It's great. But no, this thing is literally like a teeny tiny model kit in a topper. So it would go on top of the kit, the cup noodle as you'd buy it, and then yeah, it's real cool. God, yeah, Fearless. It was OG Ringed City with me, Floydo, and DJ back in the day. That was a great time. Hey, like wet paint. I can't take credit for any of those, but it is real cool to be in that tiny orbit, you know. Okay, alright, I want to be cheesy for a second, so I'm just going to pause the music, because the Final Fantasy music makes it very dramatic. Because I do think this needs saying. I love doing this. I get to spend my days sharing the things that I love the absolute fucking most with all of you lot. And I get to do it directly, you know? We can have, like, genuine bants and conversations, you know, be it, like, industry friendos telling ridiculous stories. Because I'm pretty sure Eagle Lives has got at least one, and then Will the shit-faced drunk story. Or, like, going into the art and craft of games and the things that we love, you know, looking at why this means so much to us. I get to do that 5 days a week. And honestly, it's the best. It's the fucking best. It really is. The Bezos heist is about gaming the system to give us more features on the system that we need. But even if the Bezos heist falls flat on its face, even if I stack it down the stairs, we get to do this. We've been doing this. Like, in April, it will be 5 years the Longship has been a full-on operation. And I just love that. You know? I've basically turned the Will talks your ear off because you're stuck in the kitchen energy into a full-on corner of the internet where we get to chat and share stuff and, you know, celebrate games, experience them together, like, and we are absolutely living in a golden age of just the quality and depth and breadth of games that we can get into, you know? Everybody's had a shitty last few years, and yet here we sit on the other side of it, like, together in this weird little corner of the internet. And I'm really, really grateful for that, alright? Because, yeah. Usually this kind of stuff happens when you'll just pour nonsense on me and I get overwhelmed. But I mean it, you know? YouTube's great, but I don't know, there's a barrier. You make a video and people comment and you're like, oh, that's real cool. But here I can just chat with you all. And it's the fucking best. So I know some days I look a bit haggard and a bit stressed, but that's because this matters. And it's worth it. It's worth staying up to the wee hours. It's worth putting in all the work. For this. You know? Today we're going to play Bloodborne, one of the best fucking games of all time. And we're just going to hang out. And who knows where the conversation will lead. You know? If Rilu shows up, it'll probably be upsettingly hungry. Or we'll get into some weird, gnarly, tiny details and unfurl them. I will continuously make jokes about there being a coffee shop in Old Yharnam, despite the fact that we all know Old Yharnam was primarily a tea kind of region, so coffee shops are actually far and few between. Not a lot of people know that. Anyway. And yeah, Caldra, if you didn't want to listen to me yammer. Caldra, it comes from when I used to work in video games, where I started realizing that people would avoid me in the kitchen when I'd go to get like a tea or a coffee or something when I was working, because they realized that if they got trapped between me and the door, I'd be like, yo, what are you playing? Or, hey, have you heard about this wild game? And either because of busyness or because of I don't want to listen to Will talk, people would kind of like scatter. Like, you know, like turning on the light and surprising your cats. I've turned that energy into my day job, and it's the fucking best. So yeah, I just wanted to say a proper thank you, alright? So cheers to you all. Yeah, and Naruhoodie, yes. The Great Bezos Heist is a good name for what is essentially leaning into the gamification of Twitch as a platform. But the difference being is that most people who have to do this because they're trying to get where we are. We're an anomaly because we don't numerically reflect the force and the weight that we have as a group. And that's something that, you know, automated systems will struggle to understand. We talk a lot about it when we talk about, like, biz dev and video games, and the difference between, like, the metric and the shamanistic. You know, you can look at the data and get information, but sometimes you have to get into the guts of something to understand it, you know? now. So, yeah. And Captain Steph, we get you. Ah. Yeah, Eagle lives in the upstairs kitchen. They had like the avoid will maneuver. And wet paint, it is all good. I argue with all of my devices about honor, color. Although the reason I choose to go for Bloodborne without the U is because it's how it be said in Yharnam. It's Bloodborne, isn't it? Excuse me, what did you say? Bloodborne! Hey, from Yharnam! This turn's finished! God. Sorry, friends. Since we started doing Bloodborne on Saturdays, every time I go get like water or a coffee on my break, I'm just tottering around the house being like, this turn's finished! My navigational skills are second to none! Which is a combination of the citizens of Central Yharnam and Tony Harris from the Mighty Boosh. So jumping back in, Eagle Live says they remember in the dark times, in the times of being in a particular publisher, QA, having a Byron grenade, which was basically getting this absolute twat started on a subject, and then leaving him just to continue. Oh god, we used to do that. Oh, we're horrible people. There was an individual, we're going to call him Heifers, and Heifers, a lovely person, but had mastered the art of, like circular breathing, like jazz musicians. Heifers had mastered circular conversation, a conversation that neither started nor ended, and it couldn't be stopped. So you could get him started, you could trundle over and go, oh, sorry, let me get something from my desk, leave him, and then the circular conversation would then get moved over to whoever was closest. Yeah, that was mean. However, that guy was one of the best if you needed a blocker against, like, business wankery. No joke. Because people would try and push him to do stuff that was against, like, the spirit of the project. And he'd just circle talk them until they gave up. Oh, your meeting's only an hour? That's not long enough. You can't survive. And it was incredible. He wasn't mean, he wasn't nasty, but he could continue a conversation without repetition, deviation, or hesitation, like no one else. I'm still a little bit in awe of that power. And because of the manner of his banter, you were never entirely sure if he was aware of it and commanding it, or if it was just like a natural occurrence. Yeah. Stall is a powerful strategy. And especially when someone's got 5 meetings back to back and they get stuck up against, what do we call him, Herschel? I need to keep consistency with my fake names. Heifer, thank you. I'm saying that, Numbers, what I'm saying is that talking is a severely OP maneuver when at high levels. And Eagle Lives, the Halloween party, that was the Smashing Pumpkins night, wasn't it? God, we were ratted. But I do want to say, I don't know, I feel like this week we talked a lot about some of the downsides of working at like a AAA place. I do want to say, while it was not easy...
Reminds me of the time working at hospital. We were implementing a new vendor system,
yeah.
And at one point had the vendor say, okay, Shackle needs to stop talking for a while because I was bringing up too many legal questions and issues with how...
Hey, that sounds like a them problem. Wait, no, shots out of my belly button, that wasn't that Halloween. Wasn't that a different Halloween? Fuck, I can't remember. We had a good crew. We had a good crew back then. So Captain said it was not the band smashing pumpkins. Actual pumpkins got smashed. But that's another story. Bismarck is like, excuse me, belly button shots? I need that story. I'm trying to remember. Okay, wow. Okay, firstly, Shackle, my belly button is above reproach. And I don't believe it was from a shot glass. Just trying to remember. Also, I used to be way skinnier, so there was more of a dip in my belly button. Now, obviously, I am not saying that, you know, you'll have to get riggedy shit-faced to be in video games, but I will say that, like, we had a really close-knit squad of people at the Creative Assembly, and so, like, after, like, Thursday pub night and things like that, there was definitely, like, a camaraderie, which resulted in some severely drunken house parties. It was a good time. Oh, that was Eagle Lives. Was that when we did Chohan? You all know I'm a massive weeb. And so what I used to do is get...
My belly button is above reproach is exactly what you'd expect someone with a dirty belly button to say.
Wow. Wow. What's going on here? I can't help but feel very targeted by this. And numbers, thank you for the bits, mate. Oh, God, yes. Fucking hell, Eagle Lives. Dredging up old memories. Damien, how are you doing, friend? Well, Damien, what I was saying was that, you know, one of the good things about working
Captain
in a...
on the bridge.
5 years. Crumbles to dust. Remember when you said that? That's how long it took me to log into Twitch.
Jaralan, how are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome. Obviously, thank you for 48 months and a tier 3. It's not a small amount. And I hope you're doing well. I was saying to Shackle, I snuck in a shout out on Floydo's video. Oh, and friends, just in case you wanted to know, Jaralan is the person responsible for getting me on the Gandam train. It all started with a Barbatus Rex. How did it end up like this? But yeah, so Damien, I was saying that because we've been talking a lot about AAA studios recently, and I do tend to kind of wail on them a little bit. But one of the things that's worth saying is, like, you know, even when things were brutal and hard in the studio, like, there was a real camaraderie, and it led to some fun drunken stories. But, like, yeah, we looked after each other. And it was good. You know. God, at any point, there was usually like 2 or 3 people going through some real shit. God, I still remember, what was it? It was Thursday pub night, and I don't want to name the gentleman in question because he was going through some real shit at the time, but he came on in, slapped down a 50 quid note in the middle of the table and went, what are we getting? And we ended up at fucking this tiny, terrible club until like 3 o'clock in the morning in Horsham. I can't even remember its name now. Good times. But it was just one of those feelings of like, this guy, he needed this. He needed to go hard, and he needed to have like friends and work buddies with him. So we did. And people did the same for me on more than one occasion. You know, what led to the Smashing Pumpkins night was me in a really bad funk, and my friend Christian basically just grabbing me, throwing me into some LARP kit that looked vaguely like a Halloween costume, and then just frog marching me out the door down to one of our local bars, where we got riggedy wrecked, and then went to a house party, steaming drunk. We may have acquired pumpkins along the way, and then we may have destroyed them. Did we purchase those pumpkins? Who knows? Were they ours? Yeah, just never talk about it. It's fine, it's fine. But no, I definitely prefer being on the indie side of things. You know, sure, I miss the benefits and I miss the stable paychecks, but the creative freedom is just glorious. But I also don't want it to seem as if working for a big studio is nothing but a miserable hellscape. It's so good that we're having these conversations about what's been happening at teams like Blizzard and things like that, but it doesn't all suck, you know? Okay, so numbers, obviously, I can neither confirm nor deny that we stole a couple of pumpkins, but, I mean, the story's kind of a little bit better now. We're going by, and we see a pumpkin, and it's got HP on the side of it, and me and Christian were like, oh shit, that's an HP Lovecraft, feckin' pumpkin. We've got to bring this with us. We've got to bring it with. So we jacked it, and we ran. And it wasn't until we got to the house party. And again, I cannot state how drunk we were. The bar that we were at previously had just gotten a crate of spiced Jägermeister for a promotion. And it wasn't good, but it was free, and they kept pouring us shots. And yes, Numbers and Wet Paint Gaming got it in one. It was a Harry Potter pumpkin on account of the lightning bolt. And so we showed up, we went, "Way!" And everyone was like, "Hey, why did you bring a Harry Potter pumpkin?" And we're like, "Harry Potter? No, it's HP." Oh, we must destroy the evidence. And so we kicked the shit out of a pumpkin in the backyard. Doug was dressed as a war boy. I borrowed his spray for the shiny and chrome. It was cake spray, which looked great. But what I didn't think about at the time is it was going to get my fucking beard. So, yep, probably. That kid probably did cry the next morning. Oh well! But no, like, a lot of these stories don't just come from, like, lol, let's get drunk and cause chaos, Working in video games can be very emotionally taxing, and one of the things that's very difficult is when you're working on a AAA project, you're one person in a very large machine, and you gain this insight. Like, you can see the bits that are and aren't working, but you can't enact change on all of them because it would involve like 10 to 15 people like drastically shifting direction. So a lot of the time you've just got to hope that whoever's running the project has a good eye on everything. And when you're in the trenches day in, day out, it doesn't feel like it. A lot of the time, you don't know if a game is going to be good until it launches. Because you're only able to see a small part of the behind the scenes and all the bad stuff that's going on everywhere. And so everybody kind of copes in their own way, Not everybody lives their job, and that's entirely fine. I absolutely take things way too emotionally personally. But that's just me. I've not been able to not do that. I don't know how to not put myself into my work, so. But a lot of these drunken stories came from us all kind of looking after each other, One of the best piss-ups we had was the Rome 2 rap party. And that wasn't anything special. Studio Head rented out a nearby pub, one of kind of like the higher middle of the end, a higher tier high street pubs, and we just went hard, and it was exactly what everybody needed, like, because everyone had worked so hard on Rome 2 up until launch, and the reception was unkind. It sold great, but the reception was. And so we went from like working our butts off to make the game. To get the game out the door, because I don't want to overstate my involvement. But then we went from that to like post-launch support, and we would, like I said, we was a 24-hour operation. We split into shifts. Everybody was working, and we worked our butts off after as well, and so the rap party kind of came as like a big catharsis for everybody. You know, again, naming no names, but there's this moment I still remember where the original DJ they'd gotten was not good. He was not good at all. And so somebody just took over with their feckin' phone and playlist and put on some 90s drum and bass bangers. And we are fucking hammered at this point. And so I'm there with my hoodie tied around my waist, just throwing shapes with someone who is a legendary tier programmer and another individual who has worked on franchises that have shaped the gaming industry, and we're just off our gorge, just throwing shapes and bouncing around. I don't even like drum and bass, but feck it, that was what we did. And that kind of that camaraderie, you know, surviving those things and getting through it, it shapes a lot of those industry stories. You know what I mean? Like Rome 2 would continue to be. Deus like, you take that back, never. No, I'm very amorphic when it comes to partying. There are very few music types that make me go nope, but that's another story. But yeah, with Rome 2, because it did so well, the team was able to continue kind of working on it, and it was able to really come into its own, you know. By the end of, what did they call it? It was like the Emperor Edition, which was all the post-launch support and DLC and everything like together. Oh boy, it was a banger. But, I mean, that's another story. That's another heckin' story. Alright. Anyway, so let's get this Bloodborne going. Friends, for those of you that are doing a play-along with Bloodborne, promise, next week I'll get the PlayStation Plus stuff going so that we can start doing co-op and the ilk. The only reason I didn't get it done today was because I started trying to get PlayStation Plus going, and it presented me with multiple choices and nonsense, and I was about ready to just break somebody's face. I was Fred Durst mode angry at it. Ooh! It's Pat's Blood Buds! Chanto says, this might be my first time witnessing Bloodborne. Is it any good, or is it about castles? Yes! The TLDR, Bloodborne is a standalone game, very much in the Soulsian manner. However, despite looking like what if Dark Souls but Tim Burton, you know, aside from looking like, you know, fancy Victorian-born, this is one of the games.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! J-Post, heckin' thank you. That is severely feckin' cool of you. Oh, and BT, Watto and welcome! The Bloodborne initially looks like they took the formula and put another coat of paint on it, but it is one of the games. It manages to take every small detail and every tiny little element of this game and bring them all together for one cohesive experience. And here's the thing, even if you sit and watch this today, like, we won't get through it. I still recommend playing through it yourself. Now, Jerolan, I'm with you. I'm hoping it gets a PC release at some point. And that would be a great excuse to replay it. But until then, I'm happy to just jump into this. A lot of people have said that Bloodborne's one of the trickier games, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. But it's definitely one that you have to learn. So, with the Dark Souls games, those are essentially violent, murdery RPGs. You make a character, you decide how you want to play, you get stuck in. In Bloodborne, you play a hunter, and you gotta learn how to hunt. You gotta learn how to best use your trick weapons and your nonsense. How to knowing when to aggressively assault and when to ease off. It's a very different game. It's quick and it's violent. And that's very much in keeping with the themes of it. Now, to those of you that haven't seen our Bloodborne sessions so far, we're about to go into Old Yharnam. So, the TLDR. Yharnam a big Gothic Victorian type city, semi-ruled by the Blood Ministration Church, a religious order that dishes out a magical serum that cures anything that ails you and is also awesome for getting you completely off your gourd. It's kind of like, what if opiates, but they only made you healthier? Except for, whoopsie doodle! This very same substance has been turning people into increasingly twisted beasts. So you start off in Central Yharnam on a night of the hunt, where partially transformed individuals stalk the streets trying to clean up anyone who's transformed too far to come back. You know, they are desperate and they are angry. We're moving down into Old Yharnam, and Old Yharnam was an area that was completely lost. So the church just walled it up and went, "What Old Yharnam?" And that's where we're heading into today. Yeah, Harmonious, I got duped by somebody was it this year or last year? They said that, an industry friendo said that Bloodborne PC was going to be getting an announcement alongside like the PlayStation PC collection. And you'll notice, no announcement has been made. But that's another story. So as anybody who has any questions, like, throw them in. This is not a first playthrough. This is not a blank slate. All spoilers are valid on the table. But before those of you that haven't seen this worry, the best thing about Bloodborne is how much of it is up to your interpretation. There are some solid facts, you know, the different factions, the fact that you're a hunter, you know, the town and what's going on, but loads of it is left very specifically blank. A lot of it is left for you to decide what is and isn't. And that's one of the reasons I keep coming back to this game. So we're in Old Yharnam now. As I said, this place got blocked up and contains a number of poor individuals who have been so transformed by the effects of the blood that they are no longer even vaguely human. They are werewolf beasts, creatures with not even a vague recollection of who they once were. However, there are also a whole bunch of hunters operating in this area who are... now, this is where it gets confusing, because there are multiple groups of hunters, and yeah, once we get into it, it gets interesting. There we go.
One of the key questions is what parts of this game are supposed to be real.
Yes. And one of the reasons why I love this game so much is because how you choose to interpret it is entirely valid. Now, there are a lot of YouTube groups. Okay, so this is one of the once denizens of Yharnam, now transformed into a beast. A beast that fears fire and will actively avoid it. I don't feel good killing these guys. And compliment cap, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, like... so Meowkitty Sakura, we talked about this last time. I don't think I'm going to be able to befriend Gatling Gun Guy. And I don't think there's any benefits to this initially, but if we do choose to New Game Plus it, which makes a lot of those conversations a lot easier than we can. And J-Post, Watto and welcome. Oh, you're going for Control on the other screen. For a different flavour of existential horror. Lovely. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Is me trying to Okay, now, after last week, where you all told me 5 different things and 5 different ways to befriend Gatling Gun Guy, and simultaneously told me that it couldn't be done and it could be done, we're not going to worry about it. We can New Game Plus it if we wanna. But that's another story. Alright. But yeah, Coleman Cap, what's going down? What's up? Oh yeah, so Chanto, in this one you have like rudimentary. I shouldn't say rudimentary. You have a selection of firearms. So currently I have a flame sprayer, little handheld flamethrower, but I can also use a hunter's pistol, which can be used not just to damage but also to counter enemies. So it can be used essentially in the same way as parries were in previous games. The other hook is that all of the melee weapons are trick weapons. So I've got this honking great big hammer. At first, it's a short sword, but wait! Now, it's a bloody great big hammer. This varies your moveset drastically and really leans into the whole thing of, you are a hunter. Your job is to hunt monsters. Because initially, when people started transforming... Turn your camera 90 degrees to the left and look up. Wait. This better not be one of those, like, this better not be one of those, like, what have you hidden under my keyboard? Alright, there is nothing on the ceiling. What shenanigans are you up to? No, there's nothing on the ceiling! Can't believe you've done this. Can't believe you've done this. Oh, you mean in-game? Oh, we don't have that level of insight yet. Yeah. Object in the sky near the entrance to the area. Redbird and Dragon, I'm trying! Object in the sky, sky babies. Oh, there it is. Hey! By the old gods and the new, the hunt is joined by none other than Squirrel himself. Do you know of the old blood squirrel? Do you hunt in Old Yharnam? Do they have any nuts? Sorry. Squirrel, how the feck are you doing, mate? What? Oh, and welcome! How feckin' goes it? Hey, Squirrel, you know what? You know what? I can't even do the bit. I was going to say a full sack of nuts would be very welcome right now. How are you doing, friend? God, what's good? We played more Blackout Club last night, and it went great. And I'm still kind of recovering from that. Full sack! Order coming up! To my lovely lot. Dear friends, if you are not following El Dirty Squirrel, you really need to. I haven't been able to raid into Squirrel for a while, but you absolutely deserve to watch some of Squirrel's streams. Just, if you trust me, just trust me on that. Oh, and Lynn, thank you kindly. So to those of you who have just joined us, I'll introduce myself very quickly. Hi, I'm Will. I used to work in video games, and now I do this for a living. So, you want to talk about the games industry? I feckin' got you! We are currently questing for the brand mark of Mr. the Twitch. I wish for a purple twig, just like Squirrel's. And we're currently working towards that this month for the means of stealing money from Jeffrey fucking Bezos. So if you would be so kind as to cut out the raid referral in your URL, it would sincerely help. So thank you. But no, okay. So Squirrel, what are you playing? What have you been up to? It feels like I haven't spoken to you in 1,000 years. Over here, yeah, we're still trying to steal money from Jeffrey Bezos, and we've been doing Bloodborne on Saturdays, which is just, it's so good to go back to. We're basically just using this as an excuse to talk about... We're using this as an excuse to talk about Bloodborne. And Squirrel, don't worry, I've got an idea. But yeah, what's been going down with you? Also, Squirrel, I meant to ask, have you gotten into Sea of Thieves yet? Oh, I saw you recently got turned into a cartoon. Was Sock involved in this? Somehow I feel like it's Sock's fault, but I'm not sure. Yeah, perma-cartooned as well, I heard. So weird. Just big block in the sky. Don't worry about it. Yeah, sorry for the weird camera angle. People just pointed out the sky statue. Oh no, Lizzie, I'm not blaming Fiona. No. I'm blaming Sock. Or the man-eating Sock. Who is a actual cartoon Sock. Bonk. Oh no, okay, yeah, so Squirrel was blaming Fiona. But yeah, like, Squirrel, if we could ever tempt you back for Sea of Thieves, we've been getting stuck into it on Friday nights, and there's so much more to it now. Bonk! One of these days, I'm going to recut that to the sword fighting opera dance, but not today. And see, Squirrel, the reason why I also wanted to mention Sea of Thieves to you is, one, it would be lovely to sail with you if you have time. Like, I'm not trying to pressure you on camera, but you now get to name and decorate your own ship. So I have the Alone in the Shark. Ems, who's one of our regulars, has the Sink Shaming. And Fiona recently christened the Beelzebub's Broccoli, a green and fiery motif. And your ship has its own log and keeps its own info and everything like that. Surprisingly, Fiona is one of the big earners when it comes to Sea of Thieves. Go figure. But the Space Nut 1, does it need a nautical friend? Does it need a ship to complement it? I think so. Yeah, sorry, friends. It's making it very me and Squirrel-centric conversation. Also, to those of you who have just joined us, so this isn't my first playthrough of this by any means. You are free to talk about anything and everything that you enjoy about Bloodborne. All conversation is weapons-free, so do not worry. You do not have to be careful about stuff and things. Though I think Machine Gun Guy is about to start making our life a lot more difficult. And yes, Megaboss, Sea of Thieves will have PvP. Well, so we've been reading up into it. It is technically PvP matchmaking. In the same way that, you know, your friend at the bar introducing you to someone is matchmaking. Like, you can dive under the waves and ambush somebody if they are also flagged for PvP. So you can join one of two PvP factions. And then, when you're ready to rumble, you can just kind of hit this magical sand timer in your captain's quarters. You dive under the waves and then pop up next to somebody. It's going to be great. Geraldine, hot take. The doll is cute and makes me feel funny with how she talks. Yup. And is also an emotional conundrum.
What do you call an unofficial religion at sea?
Oh, God.
A naughty cult.
Get out. Megaboss. Sorry, I almost blamed Megaboss for that one. Favor 6. Get out of my house. And then please come back. But yeah, Geraldine, like, the line the doll says that always just cuts me up is I was designed to love the hunters. So do I love you because of how I feel, or was I just made to feel that?
You are a skilled hunter, adept, merciless, half cut with blood, as the best hunters are.
And gin. Do. Oi! Sorry, mate. I hear you coming at me. I think I don't hear those stompy feet. Do. God, I love this hammer. Now, Harmonious, I do agree with you. Like, the doll is the sweetest, gentlest being in the grand multiverse. It's them questioning the fact that are they sweet and kind because they were made that way, or is that their choice? The fact that they are able to question that, and that you can't see them as anything more than like an automaton until you have at least one insight, also blows my mind.
So apparently there are a lot of issues with the new Pokemon game. Frame rate issues, poor graphics, etc.
So, I haven't had a chance to do a deep dive into it just because of everything going on in the hunt. It does look like the newest Pokemon game has a lot of technical issues. Some of them hilarious, and some of them not so great. And I guess everybody's asking the question, like, how did this happen?
Which is why I must stop you.
Sorry, machine gun go. Ow! 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 Not cool! So that's machine gun guy. His whole deal is that he thinks that now that the people have become beasts, that they're no longer a threat. They don't hurt each other, and they're not leaving Old Yharnam, so you cleaving a way through here and killing them is basically you being an asshole, and he's trying to protect them. The thing that people were asking about earlier is, are we going to try and make friends with him? Because it is possible. It's just difficult. You're in the wrong game, mate! I win! So Red Burning Driver was saying the Switch isn't a strong console. If I had to guess... Because, okay, let us remember that Nintendo don't develop it in-house. By my understanding, it's made by Game Freaks. And it perhaps feels like, for whatever reason, they were given a very pressured deadline. I'm not entirely sure why. Ah! Not cool! Fucking explodey guy. Friends, let me know if the haunting sound of gunfire is too loud. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying this to correct anybody on the Pokemon stuff, but again, we need clarity of language when it comes to discussing the video games. And you're right, Naru, that it could have been to try and get it out pre-holiday. Because Christmas is coming, and a new Pokemon game is a big seller. Again, if I had to guess, and this is my limited information, I would say that Pokemon Arceus, was it Pokemon Legends Arceus, did very, very well. So perhaps they tried to rush forward Arceus or whatever. The Pokemon Legends game did very well, and they tried to rush forward using that system to create a mainline Pokemon game, and it might not have been ready. Now, Jaron was saying, like, more to the point, why this Christmas, you know, Pokemon always sells, right? Well, there's a lot of worry. We may be moving into a financial downturn, and at least a lot of people in the business space seem very convinced that we are about to have a very bad year in 2023. So I guess the idea is, like, hit now during Christmas, don't wait till next year where people might not have the funds to buy Pokemons. But this is just pure speculation. Like, this is me just reading bones in a cup. We know shamanistically that Pokemon will always sell. And the hit that this has done to the brand is... But there's also a possibility that it's doing great sales-wise anyway, and it's only the very vocal core that are observing a lot of these issues. We don't know. No, Gerald, it's not a mugs game. That's tea leaves. We put them in a bowl. It's a bowls game. Sorry. Naru, you also make a good point. Pre-Thanksgiving, pre-Black Friday. Air Dragon also adds that the economic issue in Japan may also be pushing it. This way Nintendo can have cash flush for a year, and the numbers for a potentially bad year. It's a possibility. Now, ironically, video games have, much like board games, have been pretty lucky when it comes to... No shooty. No shooty! Nope! No, 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 no! Can't believe he's done that. Video games have actually done rather well in previous economic downturns. But we'll see how that goes. We didn't quite have the same proliferation of games of service games as we do now. Sorry, crows. Wait, none of that. We didn't quite have the same proliferation of games of service games during the last recession, so if we do have a recession environment, will people gravitate towards free-to-play titles or live service games or MMOs? What we know from, what was it, the 2008 recession, was that people stop going out, they don't go to the cinema, they don't go out and go drinking, people stay home. But they do spend money on nerdery, board games, video games, and that is something that we can track. But big, scary big AAA games will get hit because of, like, cost of living, number of staff, etc. I mean, again, as Jaralan said, reading the future is a mugs game. How all of next year is going to shake out is going to be interesting. We knew there was going to be a downturn after, you know, March of 2020. The March that lasted 2 years, because video games had an unprecedented gold time. Sorry, and I don't mean to sound so glib over the fact that we all got stuck indoors for 2 years. But yeah, as Eagle Lives is saying, games have done very well during the pandemic. They're cost effective in terms of money spent and enjoyment, and you're already stuck in. Some of us never left March. It's like the hunter's dream. It goes on forever. Sorry, and again, I don't mean to make light of this. Hey, and Squirrel, thank you for the lurk, friend. And seriously, thank you for the raid. Like, I really appreciate it. And again, to my lot, if you're not following Squirrel, please do. I promise, next time I get the chance, I will raid in, because you'll deserve that in your life. But jumping back. I don't mean to be glib about, you know, all the emotional bullshit we've survived for 2 years and the very realness of it. It's just, when we look at it from like a games dev business perspective, yeah, video games did fucking great during the pandemic. In terms of like Nintendo being first new gen system, Nintendo's kind of out of the generational gap. This might also be the last round of generational systems. Like, I'd need to see some sales figures to understand how the PS5 is done, because from what I have seen, the PS5 was not a smart play. But I don't have numbers. And I'm not saying that just because I had an argument with Mr. PlayStation today about being able to feckin' get up PlayStation Plus. Grumble, 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 grumble. But I'm saying that because the PS5 is an expensive console, launched at a time when it's very hard to acquire and produce hardware. And it feels like very much the old method of, you know, new console, new software line. The same thing we've been doing for a long time, but it feels like the world changed during lockdown. And... Hey, up! I win! Bong! So... Oh, J-Post just found the first Threshold Kids video. Yay! Those things will haunt me till I die! But no, I mean, Geraldine, you're entirely right. Like, the OG Game Boy definitely proved that biggest, bestest, most powerfulest hardware isn't a victory mode. And, like, let us not forget, Animal Crossing did gangbusters. That's definitely one of those ones that always deserves restating. So... the other problem with Nintendo is Nintendo don't talk about their stuff outside of like fiscal calls and stuff like that. And that's all fed through a specific kind of financial PR designed to make investors and people less nervous. Sorry, I keep itching my face. So we won't know who it was that rushed this current Pokemon title out the door. Now, what'll be interesting is to see how much like post-launch support they do on it, because that's still something... that's still something that teams like Game Freaks are getting used to. They've usually had kind of a fire and forget methodology. Okay, I shouldn't call it fire and forget. Ah! Alright, what up, kids? Let's go! Ow! No! I'm so covered in gore. Yeah, see, I remember this section. Remember you lot bullying me back when I first played this? Oh yeah, sorry, jumping back into chat, Moose was saying they realised that during this year's Desert Bus, the reason why the Threshold Kids didn't affect Moose is because of the Canadian PSAs. Yeah, y'all had freaky-ass puppets. We had just hauntingly violent things happening to children, but... Sorry, Geraldine just saying, what's the old meme? I want shorter games with worse graphics, made by better paid developers, and I am not joking. I don't know if Damien's in chat still, but I think Damien's games were part of that bundle. Yeah. The problem will be the middle tier. Okay. So I'm going to bring up the dreaded nonsense. I'm going to bring up the dreaded nonsense, but unfortunately I do have to. NFTs, or NFTs. crypto is crashing violently, and it is crashing at a rate that will have a knock-on that other tech hasn't. So here's what will happen in 2023 if we see an economic downturn. Video games will continue to sell, but the cost of living and the amount of income that people have will go down. Just like with 2008, what we will see is probably users spending more money on things like video games or things in that space, and less money spent on like going out and events and stuff like that. Now, the reason I bring up the crypto crash is because a large proportion of mid-sized studios have used crypto as a jumping off point for funding their projects. And it means that just like last time, the people who will be hit worst are the medium-sized teams, like teams of about like 15 to maybe about 40 people. Not quite large enough to be batting in the AAA space, too big to be considered like quick fire indie teams. They are going to get wiped out. Now, I do not feel sorry for the teams that went with NFT integrated nonsense. Just like people who released stuff on Stadia, if they weren't prepared for their proprietary tech to just drop out from under them, then they haven't been paying attention. And to be perfectly frank, I've not come across an NFT or crypto themed title that should be anything other than burnt at the stake, much like the good hunters do. Now, we've talked about this a lot. There have been games that have been proposed that use blockchain technology, but they've all gone under because they're too expensive to run, and because of the reliance on crypto, on blockchain tech, they're incredibly hard to patch once they're live. I'm sorry, I know I've talked about this a lot, but I met a guy. Jesus, I was still at Improbable, and he was doing a CCG with unique cards using blockchain tech. Now, no nufters, no, none of that additional bollocks. He was doing it to create a system where your cards were unique and yours, so you could play them amongst multiple games that he was working on. So you could build a deck for a Magic the Gathering style battle one, but you could also play like a roguelike dungeon crawler, etc. And it didn't take off. And not because he wasn't a good dev, but because running that tech is so expensive. Like, it just didn't make fiscal sense. NFTs are bad, but they're also bad dumb. They're not even smart evil, they're just bad dumb. But what happens in video game investment is you can go to venture capitalists and look to get funding for your project, but they'll usually want you to use the new hotness. VR, crypto, whatever the last bloody thing was. But with crypto also being attached to financials, it is triply susceptible to any wibbles in fiscal. I doubt we'll see any of those projects make it to market, and if they do, oh boy, the backflips they're going to have to do. But again, I'm not just bringing this up so that we can feel a delicious bit of schadenfreude, because you should. But yeah, there's going to be a ton of middle-sized development teams just dead next year. It's going to suck, because I don't like seeing, cool creatives out of work, but, it is what it is. It's okay. It is hard to have sympathy when projects have to hide their monetization models to progress forward. Yes, no, it's a horrible scam, and some real people got hurt. But I don't know if anybody saw that there was a Paradox Games company. No, not that Paradox, a new one. That were pitching their Nufta game this week, and they got turned into kind of like the joke of the week. Oi! No! How come he gets a feckin' minigun? Such bullshit. They got turned into kind of like the hilarious villains of the week. It's real fun. But one thing that has been observed is that a lot of these projects are exceedingly low quality. and seem to only really exist to be a vehicle to shift whatever BS cryptocurrency they're selling. Frankly, it's tragic. But here's the thing. If it worked, EA would be doing it. I forget who it was that said it to me. That if Nerfters actually made money, EA would have crammed them into one of their sports games. So. Keldra's like, how much of his blood was he spending on bullets? Dude's got blood for days. For days. God, I'm sorry, I lost my point. I think I was trying to say that we're just going to see a lot of dev studios go under next year because of these contributing factors. Sorry, friends. It was just something that was rattling around in my head. An industry friendo was saying today that NFTs are here to stay. Like them or loathe them, you're just going to have to deal with it. And I'm like, no. Because ultimately, big companies want to make money. And when a thing does not make money, they don't use it. Like, it's not about good or evil. It's about making the numbers go up. And when thing make number go down, thing bad. Alright, oh, I've got to fight other hunters now. Fucking other hunters. Do. Woo! Oh yeah, Kraken mode, capitalism is ruthlessly practical, and that means. Now, if you want to talk about like how to survive those kind of situations, it's complicated, but it can be done. Numbers, sadly we can't get him to shoot the monsters for us. I think he'll shoot the other hunters. But the TLDR is heavy machine gun guy. He hates the fact that we're here. He doesn't want us killing the monsters because he knows why they became monsters. And he's also commented on the fact that they don't hurt anybody here, you know? These little peeps are just living their little monster lives and going about their business and not hurting anybody. We're the arsehole here. Now, I think we can lure him into shooting them. I think there is friendly fire, but yeah. Now, sorry, Krakenbo was saying that capitalisms are ruthlessly practical in a way. They are. And it is unfortunate that we live in a society. If you want to make video games for a living, you've got to find a way to either support it or have it make enough money to support you. That's the fucking challenge of it, right? Now, I will not diss people for taking VC money or venture capitalist money, but you have to box clever. So let's say the company says, "Oh, we want you to make a video game." You're like, right? But it has to be full of NFTs. And you're like, all right. How do you develop a title so that when you know the technology goes under, you still have a game that functions? Now, if you have someone who is skilled at speaking finance, you can basically create a Fugazi. You can be like, oh, and this is our prototype system where the NFTs have personalities and they can marry each other and have babies like Tamagotchis. And a bunch of investment people who are doing a tour of your studio will be like, ooh, Tamagotchi babies. Like, whatever. All you've really shown them is something that your team mocked up, and you've implemented nothing. Now, it's a gamble, because if anybody actually did their due diligence, you might end up a certain creek minus a paddle. But then you could just say that they're working to implement it. It's still in the milestones. Whatever. Being able to create the game that you want to create while getting money from VCs and surviving isn't a bad shout. Much like a lot of people used Stadia money to develop games that would never release on Stadia. Because Google has infinite money but zero patience, so it's like Stadia probably won't live through most games' development cycles. So can you develop a title in that environment that will work outside of Stadia's ecosystem? The answer to a lot of that was no, because Stadia was actually custom hardware. So it wasn't like just porting to PC. No. Alright. Let's go, Sparky. Or you can run away, that works too. Yeah, you better run. You coming back or what? Oh, come on! Just let me hit you with my hammer! Alright, I think we could get stabbing on this one. Oh, that's just rude. Yeah, I'll set you on fire. I don't give a shit. And Lizzie, give yourself 2 internet points for letting the joke slide. Note to self, I need to get more stamina regen. Yeah. Come on. Doing his little jogging back and forth.
You'll try to let me hit you with my hammer and I whisper no.
Drive me closer so I may hit him with my sword! Oh, fucking wet! Fucking wet! Alright, we'll just have to do this the slow, old-fashioned way with swords and fun. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Yeah, what's up? What's up? I'm gonna set this guy on super fire. What's up? Oh, that was just rude. Oh, wrong button. Sorry, I just need to rudely light this guy ablaze. Whoop! Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you over the wall of fire! Woo! You know what? I deserved that. Yeah, get to feck. I said, eat my entire sword! And then he did! Bullets and all. Alright, so I think we're going to go into the Wailing Church. Oh no, because up leads us to Machine Gun Guy, right? Like, up is still in a dream Snake Eater. Anyway, sorry friends, I know I keep like half finishing conversations, as is the one to the Longship. So the TLDR is that sometimes the only way to get your game made is to take money from less scrupulous individuals. It's just the nature of the business. I wish it wasn't, but like I'll never judge somebody for taking VC money to make shit happen, you know? The thing that I think about is, can you still make the game that you need to, the game that you want to with the resources you have? And do you have employees? Like, is it up to you to make sure people can eat and pay their rent? Let's find out if he's flammable. Still in a dream. Snake Eater! Oh, he got me. Got me good. This might be out of my league. If I do this, it's not going to be with the feckin' hammer.
I should
Ah!
Well, the next time you dream, give some thought.
I got dissed and dismissed there. Feckin' hell. Whew! Whew! Yeah, Harmonious, you might be right. It might be time to beefcake up a little bit. But yeah, so... the TLDR, what I was trying to say was just, if you end up in a situation where you have to take money from companies for specific things, are you able to develop the project you want, and can you pull out whatever it is that they want you to put in? So, like, with Nufters, can you create something that could be easily removed from your code base? So that, you know, as it crashes, you can be like, hey, don't worry about it. Like, completely gone. No worries. Because a lot of the Nufter projects that I've encountered are completely reliant on it. And I don't see a way in which those teams could articulate. Okay, and again, we made a judgment call because when we talked about making friends with Machine Gun Guy, Yul gave me 5 different ways that could or could not be done. I was repeatedly told it was impossible or that I had to. We're just going to take him out. Maybe not right now, but we're just going to do it. We can always New Game Plus if we want to go make, you know, good friends with him. Now I've got a vendetta. Now, Krakmo says, when the money people insist more cowbell, so you can write, take in or leave the cowbell. This is when the money people insist that you have to include a marimba solo, and you design your music in such a way that in the event of a marimba death, you can still put out the tune. I think that's the way to put it. Now, one of the problems is that when it comes to the cross section of like the tech industry and the gaming industry, it creates this bubble of like uncontrollable optimism, which is very bad. As I'm sure you've seen, crypto as a space has become very almost cult-like. We aren't a cult. That's a cult. And okay, if you need the breakdown of it, Foldable Ideas on Line Goes Up is a much better breakdown than I can give you. But the mentality and mindset of the people who have really bought into that space is very, you know, anyone who hates on this is a hater. They don't understand it. They don't get it. All criticism is bad and wrong because we know. It's very conspiracy theory mindset. And then you combine that with the enthusiasm that people have for video games. When you are making your own game, you will love that like you have never loved anything else, apart from maybe a child or a pet. Your game is perfect and your game can do no wrong. In the time before you get funding, it is a perfect idea with no flaws. So you combine that sort of self-propelled pitching and creation with that tech bro, like, insanity. And that's where a lot of this, like, insular, conspiracy theorist-esque support for these Nufter games is kind of coming from. And it's also backed up by a system that artificially inflates numbers. If you look at a lot of the social media accounts for NFT games, they have shit tons of followers and no engagements. And you're like, what? The amount of bots being deployed in you know, what will soon be the hulking, smoking crater of Twitter, that are employed to boost the visibility on certain crypto spaces is huge. Now, I don't know the reason why there are such rampant bots in the space. One of you might be able to tell me, but it's definitely noticeable. And a lot of these NFT games gain a false sense of success. Like they announce and suddenly their Twitter account has 20,000 followers, despite them being an indie game with no history and no pedigree. And everyone's like, everyone in the studio must be like, oh shit, people are really clamoring for that. But unfortunately, it's fool's gold. It's a false flag of concern. Oh, I might go and try and grab our blood echoes from up on the tower. As we're continuing. Because I'm not quite ready to fight that person, yeah. Oh, and Cade, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. This is our third session of Bloodborne. I've played through it before, so feel free to talk about anything and anything you want on this. But no more are we making friends with the guy in the tower. That's the only thing I'm calling a wizard veto on. Oh, we're gonna go make friends with Tower Guy. We just talked about this! Well, so Wolfgrad, I would say that that's how I think those people feel. Wolfgrad was saying it's like deciding to make your game in UE5 before deciding what game you actually want to make. To an extent, at least I think that's how those people see it. That they're using a technology that they feel has infinite promise and can only do good, and that everyone's going to want it. Oh, no. Oh, sorry, yeah, Lizzie, no worry. I was calling Wizard Veto on the tower.
Fair call on the Wizard Veto, but are we buying the Machine Gun Guy NFT?
Oh shit, we don't want to miss out. To the moon, Shackle! To the moon! I can't even say it with a straight face. Oh, Naru, so Wizard Veto is a thing we came up with during lockdown. So basically, it was so that people could express that they didn't want to talk about a certain thing on video calls. Because, you know, when we're all stuck indoors, we do, like, big piss-ups on the longship. So you could basically just cross your arms and be like, no, Wizard Veto, I don't want to talk about pick X topic. And it was a good way of moving things along. Hey, Eagle Lips, I can say things with a straight face. It can happen, I think. Medically, I'm capable. So Cade was saying their friends got them into the fandom due to the weapons. No. Cade, that's actually a great jumping off point, because one of the things that's so good about this, again, you don't need me to tell you how good Bloodborne is. The weapons aren't just, what if lol, we bolted this thing onto this thing. But they all have, like, lore reasons that unfurl whole swaths. Like, the hammer sword here isn't just designed to be a weapon for hunting monsters. It's a symbol used by the Blood Holy Healing Church to be like, yo, this is the blunt force trauma that happens when you question us. Hang on, friends. Wait. I'm gonna need to put back to the hunters. Oh, thank you.
Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
I just need to pop back to the Hunter's Dream for just a second. Please don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a moment. Compliment Cap, thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay, we are okay, everybody. We are okay. I heard what sounded like animals in distress, and I was like, oh shit. Amos was just being a great big needy baby. I go in, and Amos has got like one paw on Fiona's shoulder, and it's just going... He was just whinging. He was just having a whinge. So everybody is okay. And again, compliment Cat, thank you for that. Right, let's get back out there. Old Yharnam's not going to sort itself! Oh, yeah, it feels weird to be basically saying, hey, maybe consider lying to venture capitalists when getting investment to allow you to make the game that you want to make. But let us remember the story of The Walking Dead. Does everybody know the story of The Walking Dead? The guinea pigs.
To be fair, we're not gonna sort Old Yharnam either.
We might. It might be fine. Okay. And sorry, Shackle. Thank you for the bits, friend. Like, you know how much that fucking means to us. Okay, so I'll give you the TLDR. So, The Walking Dead was pitched around by its original creator to a few different publishers, and nobody wanted to pick it up. So when in talks with Image Comics, he lied. He said that because a lot of the feedback that he got was that people didn't want just zombie stories. Lol, I know. But that was what publishers were telling him. So he lied to Image Comics and said that it was actually going to be about an alien invasion. And that like throughout the series we were going to see all these subtle hints that were going to point to like, oh, it had been aliens all along or something. Which, as we all know, there wasn't. But he got it greenlit anyway. And by the time Image Comics came a-knocking and was like, hey, when's the alien storyline going to pop up? It was already doing gangbusters, and he was like, yeah, I'm real sorry, but I made that up. They didn't give a hot feck because... In case anyone missed it, The Walking Dead is a mite popular. Okay, I'm trying to preempt what you're going to do, mate. I'm just going to set you on fire. Now, Conway Cap, to my understanding, Moose... I think it was... I don't remember at what point in the run Image Comics actually went and asked him. Eaglers, people like The Walking Dead? I want to see your data. But like, it is worth knowing that just the comic alone before the telly show did gangbusters. Like, it was doing good. Eagle lives. Let's do a code review. I mean, if that's where you want to spend your Saturday night. I would have thought you'd already gotten your fill. But no, I'm not saying you should lie in business, but the venture capital space is so insane and bizarre. Like, if you've watched Silicon Valley, that's the kind of people that throw this cash around. There's a whole song and dance about it. One of the things that was fascinating about working at Improbable was seeing that dance come to life. You know, seeing the promise of the anything. What can your product do? It can do anything. Anything. And then delivering a convincing pitch to individuals that says it could. Now, were the people lying in that situation? Not entirely. Could the product have been tweaked in such a way to do the things that people were claiming? Possibly. It wasn't outside the realm of what can and can't be done, but is it likely that that's what would happen? Go ahead and say no. Oi, you die. You. Sorry about that. So Air Dragon was saying venture capitalists are like legalized mafioso. Not quite. Like, there's a few weird quirks about VCs that are worth knowing if you're ever going to be looking for like funding in that space and things like that. So the one thing is, FOMO is a big part of people's investment portfolio. You know, nobody wants to be the person that didn't invest in the next Uber, right? So when a new technology drops, it gets everybody a little bit hot under the collar. The other thing is that most VCs will have... oh, I hate that I've forgotten the term. It's like a speculative rate. So basically, venture capitals are supposed to be like aggressive investments for banks, firms, and individuals. And a lot of the more aggressive VCs will have an expected fail rate. What that means is that if an individual on behalf of a VC is investing in companies and operations, and too many of them are successful, they will be marked down. Because the idea is you're meant to be investing aggressively. So you should be seeing an X percentage fail rate. Yeah, I know, it's feckin' wild. So that does mean that VCs will sometimes invest in things in wildly speculative ways. Now, the reason I mention this is because if you are one of those kinds of video games, there may not be an intention for that VC to see your game go to market. Like, they might just be giving you cash to hit their essentially their designated fail rate. So again, those are the situations where you need to see, can your project survive it? Now, I know we have some peeps here that understand, like, the finance side of the finance world better than I do. But the other thing is that when these people come to you, especially the more aggressive venture capitalist investments, they don't come at you as, like, po-faced businessmen. Like, and this is, no offense, Air Dragon, this is why I didn't want to leave that standing, because they don't come at you like the mafia. You know, it isn't the rubbing hands, we'll make you an offer, but you better pay us back, or... Nah, they come at you, smiles and blue sky. Don't worry about it, sky's the limit. You need it, you've got it. This is the future of... This is the new paradigm. You know, this is the this is the disruption of the space. And they get really excited, really friendly at first. And then suddenly, you don't hear from them. You're talking to, you know, you're talking to, like, secretaries and handlers and whatnot. And then they start sending the legal letters about, like, how things are going to be coming to a close. Like, it doesn't come at you like that mafiosa. There's no confrontation. It's all hype and then silence and bad. So that's why creating your titles in such a way that whatever stipulations the VCs make, you know what? I knew that could happen. He's done that to me so many times over the years, and I fell for it. But yeah, so Kraken, going back, you're correct. It's the, if they aren't... Amos, it's okay. Fiona has gone downstairs for 2 seconds. He is fine. Don't worry, friends. You're okay, Amos! My boy! Oh yeah, Wolfgrad, like, if we get into, like, the war zone of investments and what like that, like, oh boy, that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. But very rarely are video games involved in that. Video games are usually seen as a vector for some of those technologies. But that's another story. Yes, Lizzie is a big baby Amos. It's poor baby. Amos, come here, buddy. Amos, it's okay.
You're alright, dude.
But you left for 2 whole seconds.
His sister needed a poo.
He has been running laps around the house and crying. That's my boy.
You're okay. Ah!
Yes, he's a big needy baby. Eagle lives is like, what a needy baby. Oh yeah, he's a big needy baby.
And now he's just prancing all over.
Yeah, you're back.
Living
Everything's great now. Safe. Win. Back of the net. Now he's a big happy baby. Here's a big needy baby.
Amos! No!
The cycle begins again. And Kestrel, Watto and welcome. Oh no! Oh. Well, Kestrel, there's going to be a lot of monster fighting and some banter. Hopefully that'll help. And do give our best a little bit, alright? Dust is like, I will book a flight to Seattle and cuddle him and tell him everything's going to be okay. Fiona is his person. Like, little baby Amos. Little baby Amos loves Fiona so much. And while there are some other people that he really, really likes, if Fiona's gone, that's it. End of days. Bad times. Wolfcrat, are you suggesting Amos plays Bloodborne as a stream? Because Fiona has been doing some button training with them. Oh yeah, and yeah, the pandemic puppies. I cannot hear you at the moment because I am eyeballs deep in monsters. No, 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 no! No, 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 no! No! Why are you like this? Sorry, you were saying? Absolute fucking terror.
I said for this playing the home game, Amos is younger than the pandemic.
Oh god, yeah, he was born after the shit started. Bless him. Numbers wants Perun to play Bloodborne. I think Perun's gaming days are over. Perun's still mad at me for the last time I made him play video games. Alright, I'm just gonna go grab our blood echoes from up top and then run back down. Back off, mate! Don't mind me, I'm just covered in blood. Born. Snake eater. Coming back for you, mate. Whee! I'm slightly crispy! How are you here? That could have been so much worse. Oh yeah, so this is the sneaky back into the into the church. Shall we? Should we? Okay, so friends, what's the diddly-o with lighting everything ablaze in here? I can't remember if we need to not do that. I'm trying to remember the details. Because one of the things you can do in this area is you can set that central point completely ablaze. It makes things a lot easier. Moo says, thoughts on Bloodborne not having ambient music? I noticed. It does use music for boss battles and for like the soothing hunter's dream. So I think it creates this feeling of like being on the hunt. Any pretense of like humor or whimsy is gone. Like there isn't a whimsical tune playing as you're going around kicking ass. Yeah, that's knowledge. Oh, Kestrel, so much humor, so much whimsy. You can't shake a cat for whimsy in Bloodborne. Oh wait, no, what's that other thing? Oh yes, body horror, that's the one. You can't spell Amos and River without arson. Okay. And Colin McCap, thanks for the clarity on that one, because I know with some of them... missed it. I know with some things, like, in this, once you set things in motion, you can't unlight the chandelier on fire. I've got to cut it down first, don't I? Have I fucked up? Possibly. Possibly very yes. Yeah, I am fucked up now. Not with that attitude, you can't! Not with any attitude! It's a Kraken Mo. While I don't have a fire extinguisher, I do have a fire applier. It's not very useful. Yeah, I think I have fucked up royally here. I don't have 10,000 blood echoes riding on this. I'm trying to remember where the entrance out is. Yeah, because if I remember rightly, you cut down the chandelier and then set it ablaze. Alright, well, let's see if I can survive this, run out, and go from there. Oh, now you puppies are happy as Larry. Back off! No! You're not my real dad! I have run the wrong way! I have made several mistakes! Puppies, not helping. The puppies are not helping me. Okay. Right. So before I got lost and eyeballs deep into the Church of Fuckery, what were we talking about? False advertising mist sprayer. Yeah. Get yours today. This is going to be one of those runs where we end up having a huge stack of blood echoes that just dissipate. Because I need to get a bit more beefcake so we can fight Matey Boy up on the roof. Oh, wellity, 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 wellity! Sir. Yeah, it's time for a bit of the old hippity hoppity. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. And unless I want to burn through items, I'm in trouble. See, now I'm making mistakes. Yep, Kestrel, hippity hoppity was getting... Not gonna say that out loud. The doll sees me and is like, didn't you just... Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I know I look very poisoned right now. Just don't worry about it. It's fine. I will say, and I guess the last thing I wanted to say on Nufters is there is one thing that I am kind of sad about, and that is because of the way that video games die, we won't be able to really celebrate the Nufter projects going under. Because what happens with these VC-funded games is the funding gets pulled, or the funding stops, and then the company will start saying things like, hey, don't worry, you know, we're seeking other avenues, we're going to be looking for stuff. Or they just stop posting altogether. We never get to have those moments of, you know, ding dong, the witch is dead. And, I don't know, a few will probably try and cling onto it. I encountered one team that is making simultaneously a Nufter and non-Nufter version of their game. Which is smart, although their comms person was telling me that the reason they're doing that is because Nufters are so good that people will want to use the Nufter version.
Good hunting, you have returned soon. Also, you were missing your left arm and appear to be slowly dying of poison. Did you encounter difficulty in the waking world?
No difficulty, no problems. No problems. And Shekel, thank you for the bits, friend. I keep forgetting if I don't have my my torch up, they like playing very aggressively. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Wolfgrad, there's no middle ground. Sorry, Wolfgrad was saying that you order a carpenter. If they show up at your door with this hammer, you either have to send them away immediately or you'll be best friends forever. There's no middle ground. I mean, Wolfgrad, they're a carpenter. Show them the door. It's professional courtesy. If you kids want to come up here so I don't have to deal with Machine Gun Nelly down there. Damn, it feels good to be a hunter. And you know what? Wolfgrad's right. If your problem is that your door is stuck and you can't get it open, this person right here, they got you. Your problem, they solved it. Yeah, I know what your game, mate. Game's shooting me in the bum and I don't like it. It's a dumb game for dumb babies. God. I will say one of the things that very different about replaying Bloodborne is actually having enough blood vials to get shit done. Excuse me! Excuse me! Excuse me! Serpentine! Hey up, crows! It is the sequel to Crows, that being Crows. Alright, where were we? Oh yeah, we gotta get back into the church to get my shit back. Excuse me, why aren't you dead? Just can't get help these days. And knock knock, who's there? This guy! Sup? And Naru Hoodie, thank you for filling the pint glass. Sorry, my manners have been absolutely slipping today. God, you know what? I can't remember what's after the church. Because the church is where we get the first of the holy chalices. I remember that much. Fuck.
After church is usually lunch at Big Boy.
Why are you like this? Alright, I'll eat an antidote. So everyone could be nerds today. But also, Naru and Vanderbeest. Thank you. God, now I want burgers. Why are you gonna do this to me, Shackle? Actually, the one thing I was going to ask, does anyone know what happened with itch.io this week? Because I was reading some stuff that I never got the chance to confirm. That, like, apparently itch.io was super under attack this week. Someone made, like, a false report to their ISP. and then they got DDoS'd. I don't know if anybody read up on this, because I have not had time to keep up on all the video gaming news. Because, yeah, the big ones this week was the OG Sonic creator being arrested for insider trading. Oh, sorry, arrested for allegedly insider trading. My apologies, that's what I meant to say. Like, that was a big one. Also, the company that distributes all Blizzard products fell out with Blizzard. So, World of Warcraft, Overwatch, Diablo will no longer be available in China from 2023. With one of the individuals at NetEase saying that it all fell apart because of one person, which everyone is speculating is, of course, Bobby Ballbag. Down in one. Number said, didn't something happen to one of the creators of Dragon Quest? I believe they were one of the other people in question for the whole "y'all shouldn't be insider trading" conversation. All right. Forgot about you. I believe that was the thing that was in relation to, but in the words of Abraham Lincoln, don't fucking quote me on that. Any of you want to drop in from the rafters? Oh, we got Big Screamy. You two look like I feel. Let's fucking go, mate! Go on, do your little charge. I win! Yeah, scream and scream too. Scream harder. Too soon. Too soon. I can't believe you've done this. It's an outrage. My name's Tony Harris. My navigational skills are second to none. Thank you. We are going to need those. Alright, I should put the antidote on my little fucking pouch. Invert look, Watto and welcome. Restless Roots, welcome, hello, hello. Restless Roots, the heist is going good. As you can see, we're holding strong in the 80s. And you know what? This week has been a lot, but in a good way. Last night we had the two of the main people from Question on the show to talk about the Blackout Club, and it was feckin' great. Is this where we set things ablaze? I forget. Okay, where's the bit where I start the fire? I keep forgetting. This is why it's nice having you lot. Inverted Look says we're talking to some ex-CA guys about me, funnily enough. Yo, tell me the tales. Because I know. Okay, I don't want to go into it because I know we have a lot of CA and ex-CA people in, but yeah. I still never got to chat properly about the drama that went down a little while ago, but I've been talking a lot about CA recently. You know, I guess I'm at that point where all of my experiences from Total War are now like happy memories. You know, the actual emotional cost has been forgotten. But we were talking a lot about like the emotional cost of making video games and how like Rome 2 was a lot. But I'm still proud that I did it.
You don't start the fire, it's been burning since the world's been turning.
We didn't start the fire. But the healing church is definitely not helping. Keldra, thank you for the bits. Well, an inverted look. I was saying earlier, and Lizzie was giving me the sips tea side eye. I don't know how to separate myself from my work. My boundless energy is both a blessing and a curse. Because I put myself into all of my jobs. And I fucking love video games. But I was also talking earlier about how people at CA would avoid getting stuck in the kitchen with me because I would talk their ear off about video games given a chance. Eagle Lives was like, wait, someone was saying good things about Will? Do they know him? No, I do miss the old CA crew, I really do. And one of the things I was talking about earlier was that through some of the harder points of development, like, we did all look after each other, you know? Thursday pub night was as much like group therapy as it was anything else. And, like, naming no names, I still remember one of the programming team, like, coming in, clearly stressed to all hell, just slamming down 50 quid, be like, right, who's drinking? And for as much as we used to laugh about it, Picard, the B-52 bomber, B-52s! That was the shit club!
We have to say good things about Will, because he refuses to say them himself.
I am a walking disaster, but you lot put up with me, and I'm very grateful for that. And Chattel, thank you for the bits. Picard was art? God, I don't actually remember what he did at CA, because he runs like the Brighton game dev scene now, and I think he's working on the new Star Wars game, the one that has the 2 Jawas in a trench coat. And one of the things that, yeah, he was art. Okay, I wasn't going completely loopy, but one of the things that was always fascinating was he would show up to Thursday pub night, and we called him the B-52 bomber because he would buy a plate of shots. Now, he would buy a plate of shots with no expectation. And bearing in mind, these are British shots, so they're smaller standard measures. But it was like a pact. Because if you took one of those shots, you were going to end up in this absolutely terrible, tiny club at the end of the night called B-52s, which is why it was the B-52 bomber. But the thing was, it was never forced. Like, he was never like, oh, you're not going to drink? Oh, I can't believe you're doing this. Because apparently Picard's now a Cockney geezer in my mind. But it was a great way of saying, like, you know what? Today sucked. I need to get riggedy wrecked, and I need to wake up with a hangover tomorrow. And that kind of no-pressure offer, I think, probably saved a few people's sanity throughout several development cycles. I never really thanked him for that, you know? Because we always used to joke about it, but... Oh yeah, an inverted look. I actually haven't decided which Half-Life thing we're doing for Boxing Day this year. I might see if we can do Sven co-op again, because I think I'd like to do a group thing, because that was fun. If you haven't heard of it, Sven co-op's a free Half-Life co-op mod. However, it's old Source Engine stuff, so you need to have a dedicated server to play multiplayer. So it's a tricky one. And Restless Roots, which bit were you asking about? The 2 Jawas in a trench coat, or the tiny shots? You know, I'm just going to go down there. We're going to handle it like grown-ups, and I'm going to get my bloody echoes back. Oh, the 2 Jawas. I think it's the project that Christian's working on as well. It's a Mobley Star Wars title based around like pit fights on Tatooine, and one of the characters you can get is 2 Jawas pretending to be a regular-sized person. Yeah, you know what, Dustin? Like, Picard was. He was kind of the patron saint of QA and the underpaid, because the amount of times people would crash on his couch. I could have sworn he had a mate. Oh, there's his mate. Oh, Teeny! More like two Teeny, am I right? Am I in trouble? It sounds like I'm in trouble. Boy, there sure are a lot of you. Alright, kids. Who wants to see a magic trick? It's called transforming to feck you! Oh yeah, I forget. No fire means... In this case, mo fire means less problems. Go figure. Sorry, hold that thought. It feels like they're multiplying. I guess Screamy Guy told them all where I was. Also, what the hell is that beast? I'm trying to remember. Sorry, I'm having to concentrate on the fight. And I want to talk to you lot about CA stories and stuff like that. But yeah, Invert, look, like, I hope stuff's going good with you all over at CA. Like, I don't know if you all can say what projects you're on, but it's been fascinating to see hyenas unfurling. And the critical reception for Total War Warhammer 3 has made me so happy. Because, I don't know if you all know, but, like, Warhammer 3 wasn't even being discussed when I was there, so, like, it was really nice to see it do that well. Sup, nerds? Kids want to see a dead body? You'll come in, or...? Why does it sound like there's one above me as well? Sup, kids? Hey, I thought you lot were supposed to be afraid of fire! Okay, would Mr. the Screamy Guy come get his kids? Really? Took a bloody Advil for that. And fire. Now, where were we? Sorry, Dustin was saying, well, you keep saying CA, my brain keeps asking, is this numpty about CA glue? Sorry, no, the Creative Assembly. Oh, okay, so Chorner says the ones with their eyes covered can't see the fire directly, which is how they gain their courage. Fascinating. And apparently being on fire isn't enough to stop them. There! Alright, mate. Let's feckin' go. Let's rumble. Let's do this. Vanderbeest! What a welcome. I don't know where the voice came from. Look, I'm gonna need you to fight me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Screamy, screamy, growly, growly, scream. Take that and your tuppence. Now, the thing I'm curious about is how they started getting cloaks. Because it almost shows like a little bit of the last remnants of humanity. Or somebody's helping them. But that's another story. Yeah, that looks like one of the great big beasts, but it seems to have been like flayed and crucified, which is haunting. Alright, and there's our first chalice. For this run, we're not set on chalice dungeons, right, friends? Because chalice dungeons, while they are thematically important, are essentially... they're not very fun to watch. Now, how do I set you on fire? Because I know we can. Do we have to go back up in the rafters? Moose says they think it's specifically a blood-starved beast. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Also, how far are we from the next checkpoint? Just so I'm trying to remember. God, I think I recognise some of this. Because we definitely need to get, we definitely need to beefcake up. And yeah, so Naru, they're more drapes than cloaks, you are right. But you can see what I'm saying, that it denotes a certain level of intellect. Lost Flowers says, someone to watch had an interesting theory. I mean, they do appear to be praying. But they might be praying to the blood-starved beast's corpse, or they might be praying in celebration of it. It's hard to know. But yeah, I think we should set this ablaze now while we have the chance. God, it freaked out there. Kessels, they could be praying to their favourite sports team. Who's to say? Ah, you mean the Old Yharnam Rangers? Ah, me dad was a fan of them since back in the day. We'd be like, "Who are you? Who are you?" And then everyone on the pitch would be like, and a bunch of other strange beast noises. Nah, takes me back. Old Yharnam, who are you? Why do you not let me keep doing this? God, I feel like the epitome of that kid who has been left alone in the store. Like, everyone else is hoping that someone's going to show up and be their parents. Yeah, did you see that ludicrous display last night? Or do we have to get on top of the chandelier? Oh, okay.
Old Yharnam City greater than Old Yharnam United.
Oh yeah, but Favor 6, that's not even a statement. Like, I understand that Old Yharnam, like, that Yharnam United's got a big following, but I mean, they're just following them for the name. Like, I bet most of the people that support, you know, Yharnam U didn't even grow up in Yharnam. But yeah, so Lost Flowers was saying one of the theories is the blood-starved beasts were basically sacrificing themselves to keep everybody here peaceful. Essentially, like, feeding them the blood so that they might not go on a murder rampage. And they do. Everyone in the church does have the bright glowing eyes. So, it's not a terrible theory. Bryce, you see that ludicrous display last night? He was using a shield. Really engineeringly passively one. You know what? It's a hard thing to... Oh, wait, no. So, Shackle... Hang on. Are we talking about our person, or are we talking about, like, the character of the hunter? Because we do get to choose what we were before we came to Yharnam. But if you want to, like, theorize what our person did, now that gets fun. Bryce says, if you set things aflame, it does become harder and impossible to friend the hunter in the beginning. Hey, then nay worry, because no one... I don't remember how to do it. No one seems to know. So I'm just going to leave it. I'm not going to get my arse handed to me for feck and all. And Moose was saying that the shortcut is back this way, and we need to spend these before I get absolutely murdered. Now, Jarrowland's probably got the most accurate story, which is went on a bender, woke up, missing a liver, had to go to Yharnam. The old Yharnam Lady Blood Raids, back-to-back Women's League champions. Oh, here we are. But I still have to dodge Machine Gun Numpty. I don't want to fight him yet. Alright. Don't shoot me in the back, please. Don't shoot me in the back, please. I want to spend my blood. I don't want to die. Please don't shoot me in the back. Oh, how are you still here? Savannah Beast said, what did our person did on the CD before becoming a hunter versus what did they actually do? Oh, yeah. So when they came to Yharnam, they probably wrote down, like, hunter or fighter or something. But in actuality, I mean, they look like someone who just lived off, like, trust fund money and did a lot of opiates. Sanguine management, yeah. Professional pisshead is most likely what I would put down. My character looks like the kind of person who had to worry about the Havishams. Oh, what? Okay, why can't we get through a day without mentioning kebabs? Me hungry. I can't get a kebab.
Home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
Make me beefcake.
Very well, let me...
Alright, so... Vitality's good at the moment. We definitely need more endurance. And beefcake that strength. I think we were... Yeah, because we only need 20 in each for weapons. I know we were going to go for arcane, but I need to be able to hit this person.
Farewell, good hunter.
And we've got the first chalice. Oh. Second, third... Where's the first? Second. First ritual altar. What's this one? Oh, that's the... Oh, that's where you do the custom chalice dungeons, isn't it? Okay, yes, I've got one! Make me bloody put it down by hand. Tell you, just can't get the staff these days. Excuse me, where's my blood chalice? Oh, the first proper one's from the Blood-Starved Beast. Oh, so this is for the tiny altar up here. Component. No? Alright. I don't know what I'm doing. Yar! So that's blood tempered. There we go. So now we hit even harder. Love it. Whew. Don't have enough to fortify weapons yet. That's okay. We might have enough crystalline blood to get us another level, which would be lovely. Actually, we'll talk to the doll, see how much we need, and then possibly splurge on some extra levels. I haven't started using the Madman's Knowledge yet because, was it? It was like 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 were the...
Very well. Let me...
Alright, so we need 5k a level. Alright. Let's choke some blood! I really would love to do some stupid designs for Yharnam, Old Yharnam FC. Like, as you know, friends, I'm not a sports person. It's not my jam, and that's fine. Like, I ain't dissing on peeps who are for it, but the artist formerly known as Panda, or Zelky here on Twitch now, for my birthday last year, gave me a Seattle Kraken shirt, but specifically the Dick's Drive-Thru crossover shirt. So it's a big ice hockey jersey, but it's got Dick's as a logo with Kraken tentacles coming up and grasping it. And I was like, this is the most hentai I could get away with wearing in a formal setting. I'm for it. 69.94. Nice.
Welcome home.
And
What is it?
the idea of doing like a Yharnam FC amuses me greatly. Fiona started watching the documentary about the football team that What's-His-Face and Ryan Reynolds bought in Wales. And it's been doing me a damage when I've been watching it, because they go into like the history of football in the UK and stuff like that. And then so I end up getting sucked in and then telling Fiona like 8 different football stories back to back to back. Oh yeah, and the Kraken merch is awesome. I haven't had the chance to see him play yet, but that's been because my life is a chaotic, never-ending cavalcade of nonsense, rather than because I haven't wanted to.
Very well. Let me...
Alright, so... I'm actually going to take a little bit more of endurance, because that's where I'm really struggling, is with being able to dish out the pain. And you know what? I don't have a need for skill yet, but it's still high. Like, Arcane's fine, but yeah, no. Going for endurance. And then we'll spend the leftovers on some goodies! Yay! Hey, little buddies! What's up, bath buddies? I fucking love the bath buddies. So cool. Sorry, jumping back at Anari with Will Endures. I try. Faber6 says at one point a guest came in with a bad dragon travel mug. No idea what to say to him. That's the thing! Okay, I know we've had this conversation multiple times, but like, when we went to go get bevies one time at our local bottle shop, for those of you with the Americans, we went past somebody who had a honking great big bad dragon sticker on their car, and I came to the realization that like, only those who know. So you've either got to own it or pretend like it doesn't exist. It's a great litmus test. And so I actually bought a friend a Bad Dragon coffee mug to take into the office for exactly the same reason. Because you can deadeye someone and drink from it. And what are they going to say? They're like, so you into monster penises? Like, there's not anything you can bring up. Because they either don't know or they know. It's a mug that's also a threat. And Moose, you're right that Arcane is the set things on fire stat, but we'll start working towards that later for the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword, you know. Also, I'm gonna try popping some Madman's Knowledge, because I think we've picked up enough. So we're at 8, 12. 10. Oh, exactly all of them will get us there. Alright, let's feckin' do this. Huh. Everything seems fine. Totally fine. AR says, so there's a case like that in their office where the HR person got a Bad Dragon package in the mail. No! Who sends? Who sends? Oh. Now, I've been informed that Bad Dragon is not a good company for a myriad of reasons, so I don't want to suggest, like, supporting them. But you've got to admit, sending somebody to work, like, some Bad Dragon stickers or a scarf or something, that's a threat. And probably a huge, huge HR violation. I have just realised I don't want to continue this conversation. Let's go murder some beasts. Alright. And remember, if you don't use it, you lose it. It's the blood rule. Alright, but we've got the shortcut now. Geraldine, no! Geraldine, no! So I was saying, a Bad Dragon item probably make a pretty good trick weapon. Beware the old blood. Nope, 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 nope. No! 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 Yep, that is a wholesale hell no! Oh boy. No! No! PVS with beware the old lube. No! No! Vanderbeest, I feel like this conversation, like Old Yharnam, should be bricked up and just left to its own devices. I wish I hadn't started this. Kestrel, you're always welcome, friend. Bad Dragon is a specific brand of sex toys. And they are designed after monsters and fictional creatures. And it is exactly what you think it is. So don't Google it on the family computer. Don't look it up on your workstation. I first became aware of them when there was a joke Skyrim Collector's Edition doing the rounds years back. And then someone pointed out that, no, that's not just a Photoshop, that's a thing you can buy. I'm like, I'm sorry, nani? It was once again a reminder that you should never say, I've seen everything on the internet. Because to say that is to summon into existence stuff you never wanted to know. Oh, okay, quickly, back to the game. So, you see the little eyeball logo up here. That is our insight. Insight is one of the most fascinating mechanics in this game. And it shows, like, the clarity or madness, depending on your opinion, that we see the world. We are up to 15, which means we will start seeing some weird hinky shit. Not massive, but it's going that way. It is... Okay, sorry, and the reason I say it's fascinating is because at first it seems like the mechanics of every other Souls game, like Embers and Humanity and whatnot, but it is the means by which you see the truth of the world, and the truth is horrifying. Like... oh boy. Now, I don't know if we'll get anything right off the bat. Because we're at 15 and we hopped in and hopped out. I'll have to keep an eye open. Children says in the Cathedral Ward, the spooky lantern guys, like their lanterns changed. Okay. Yeah, you know what? At Kestrel, that's actually something I'd be really curious to ask. Why do you think Bloodborne is such a wonderfully interesting game to watch? Oh, did not mean to do that. Da-da-da-da-da! Bonk! Da-da-da-da! It's because, like, one of the downsides about streaming for a living is I kind of lose perspective on some games. I fucking love Bloodborne, and I have to admit, I've watched a bunch of people play it, but I don't understand why. This shit right here is why I need more stamina. More of the old stamina. So Kesh was saying because this world is so macabre and the story is so interesting that the game can be really difficult for people. So the best way to experience it is through others. Okay. Eagle Live says, guess it's because you're a bit of a wrong'un then, Will. Wow. Wow. Not disputing that fact. I didn't realise we were talking about it openly. Actually, you know what? In PVS, that's a very good point. The pacing. Thank you, machine gun guy. The pacing of Bloodborne is fascinating. It also has a really high skill ceiling. Like, when you watch somebody play this who really knows what they're doing, it is fascinating. Like, I watched, I can't remember if it was, I think it was DJ, take on the Bridge Beast with the pre-hunter weapon bare hands. Like, that was a whole thing. And yeah, Neo Shadow, I think that's another good point, is that because you're playing a hunter, it does push you towards being more aggressive, which is more interesting. I mean, shields up, clack, clack is satisfying, but... I guess it's got that Street Fighter 3 thing of, like, the combat system is very, very flexible. And you can do some wild shit with it. Crows. And yeah, in PSV, you're right, there's a lot to talk about. It really does feel like, with the environmental storytelling down the way, that you could go into detail like who is this person? Why did they get pulled off into a side room, pulled apart by crows? Especially when you consider that Old Yharnam has been closed for a while. There shouldn't be any fresh corpses down here. And yet there's this guy, or person. There isn't really... I can't really assume there's not enough left to even hazard a guess. But it's kind of the thing we were talking about with the Blackout Club last night, is that when a game hits a certain quality threshold, because it's so good, it allows you to have your theories. Wait. And yeah, Rainbow Pony, you are right that the aggression mechanics does... It definitely adds some much needed spice. Okay. So I need you to come a little bit closer. And stop dodging! Dodging is illegal. Miyaki Sakura says the crows eat the beast as well. Well, the thing is, that corpse up there isn't a beast, it's a person. So, I mean, Red Burning Dragon's saying smugglers. Possibly. Because we know that the Holy Church has closed the big gate. So some people might be basically blood running. Like, trying to steal blood out of the church ward and get it back through Old Yharnam. But that's just a theory. Hey, Kestrel, good luck with dealing with the nest. As someone who often forgets to look after their own hair, okay, sir, I'm gonna need you to come within stabbing distance. Actually, that's a good point. PBS, I've not actually watched any Bloodborne speedruns now, I think about it. Like I said, I've watched Here Are the People Dan Jones play it a couple times. And yeah, and watching him play it live was definitely a fucking highlight. I'm pretty sure it was Dan who did the, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Dan who did it. Who did the bridge beast without pulling out a weapon. Pretty sure? But I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again. Alright. I'm just gonna go fight those crows, because they were talking shit about you all. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to say anything, friends, but I went past those crows over there, and they were just talking shit. Like, Longship ain't nothing. Longship's weird and smells like farts. Yeah, well, who smells like farts now, crows? How do you think this was going to end, crow? I also was thinking about this earlier, especially with Bloodborne. It does solve a lot of the early game Dark Souls problem. Oh, Kestrel, welcome back. Oh, sorry. So, Dark Souls is often described as a very difficult game, and I'm not disputing that. But one of the things that makes it difficult is that when you start the game, you have the least amount of options and tools available to you to solve problems. So it's actually at its hardest when you start out. Dark Souls as a game becomes mechanically easier as you progress, because you'll gain a You'll gain a whole bunch of tools and weapons and spells and all manner of ways to handle a problem. What's up, nerds? Ah, you did not just! Get back here! I thought this was going to be much worse. Sorry, Jeralan was like, crows, crows, crows! Didn't know this was a crossover. Do we know the guy that owns this place? I missed the club. We got real drunk a while back and jumped into Wizmud. And Wizmud's feckin' brilliant. But it did make me miss the club, you know. I'm glad we played so much the club when we did. Because, oh boy, that was a grand experience. Yeah, and I don't want to get into the Soulsian difficulty conversation, but it is interesting that in Dark Souls, when you start out, you have very, very limited equipment, very limited ways of handling things. Bloodborne, off the bat, it's like, here's a pistol that will parry any enemy. Here's a sword that's also a feckin' axe or a hammer or a whip or what have you. Go nuts. So it is entirely possible to go through with that starting kit because you have the same amount of versatility. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to with like the Soulsian games, where it's not until later where you get, you know, weapons that have varied movesets, or you get like spells that allow you to approach a situation in multiple ways. Hell, a bow to be able to pull enemies towards you so you can like crowd control. I think about that a lot. Although, friends, I may need to leave you in this haunted, smoky little tunnel for a second, because I'm busting for the loo. So please don't go anywhere. For the means of heisting from Jeffrey Bezos, we'll be back in just a second. And yeah, I think I'm getting to the point of fighting the bloody great big beast. Oh, and PVS, before I go, I think Sekiro got a bad rap because out of all the series, it's the only one where you can't grind to offset. So in this, especially the first time I played through this, I was not good. I was very bad at this game. So what I did, I got Ludwig's Holy Feck You Sword, I got Beefcake Swole Arms, and I just crushed everybody forever. And it was great. Sekiro, the only way to progress is to learn the patterns, learn the systems, and go from there. You can't beefcake your way through Sekiro. You've got to become the ninja. You've got to learn the rhythm of the fight. And if you try and fight against it, Sekiro just picks you up with one hand, just goes bam, 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 and throws you back. Yeah, Smug Rainbow Pony. Sekiro was a great rhythm game. But there was no way to circumvent the challenge it put forward. You either learned how to fight the boss and won, or you just got stomped. And I think that threw people off a lot. Now, I appreciate what Sekiro was doing, in the same way that in this you are the hunter, and so much of your toolset, your moveset, and the systems and mechanics are all designed to make you feel like the hunter. You hunt the beasts, you know. They might feel the old blood, but they should fear you too. In Sekiro, you are the ninja. You are calm and careful and focused. You don't have a super duper murder minigun. You are the peak and pinnacle of training and focus. And the game hammers that home through a myriad of systems. All the cool kid moments are always unfurled by calmly getting to where you need to go, or by perfectly mastering something. And that's how it rewards you. It was incredibly inaccessible. And when you look at Soulsian games and you look at Bloodborne, even though they put forward this difficulty, they're a lot more accessible than Sekiro. And that's a whole kettle of monkeys right there. Anyway, don't go anywhere. I'm just going to go pee, and I'll be back in just a second. Hop charm. Thank you all for waiting. And Vanderbeest and Bacon, thank you for filling the pint glass. J Post, Bacon, also Sneaky Bits, Terrors. Right. I've got a Sarnie, so I can fuel what little remains of my tiny, tiny brain as we careen towards next boss and go from there. Now, if I remember rightly, these big dogs kicked my ass in the past. So I think it's that way to the beast and... Because these guys are tougher than the previous werewolves, if I remember rightly. Oh, trying to feel my way back. Yeah, come on, mate. One at a time. Oh, I missed! Right. Good times, good snacks. Thank you, Charters. Right, where's his mate? And remember, friends, they're not dogs, they're shit werewolves. There we go! Ooh, what did you drop for me? A bloodstone shard! Oh, it makes me weapons right good. And there's someone who's having a worse day than the rest of us. Yeah. If not friend, why friend-shaped? Ah yes, the werewolf conundrum. Because bitey bitey growl growl. So, Smug, do you mean that the blood vials are bad for the people or the characters? Because I am down to talk about all of this. Does not open from this side. So Rainbow Pony, do you mean in-universe or out-universe? Because this is one of those moments where it's thematic design versus usability. And this is a tricky conversation to have. It's a fun one to talk about. Okay, what I mean by that is thematic design is X does X because in-universe that's how it would behave, even though it's counterintuitive or difficult. I wouldn't say that the blood vials are necessarily bad, but they change the flow of things drastically. See, in the Soulsian games, you have your magic flask of Fanta or Sunny D or Capri Sun. You know, choose your favorite, orange flavor-based sugar drink. And to start with, you get 3 slugs. You can swig it down 3 times, 3 heals. Later on, it becomes more powerful. You get to drink it more times, etc. But it's always there with you. With Bloodborne, the healing takes a more thematic. It is the healing blood that everybody is huffing, is what you use to heal in the field. But it's an item. It's one that you stockpile. And it's not something that you have like an infinite access to. it's frustrating because when throwing yourself up against a boss repeatedly, you can run out. But again, it's all in service of the thematic. The thematic is you are the hunter. You know, the holy blood of the healing church is what causes this mess, but it's also the reason you came to Old Yharnam in the first place, to get your, I don't know, syphilis cured or something. Not you personally, but you know what I mean. And the thing is, when boiled down to it, there are two main factors that broke the world of Yharnam. There's two things that broke this place, and that is the Holy Blood and the Bergensworth College. Knowledge and blood broke this place. And so it's very specific that those are the two resources that you have to manage. Now, Eagleins, when you say that was way too specific to be made up on the spot, do you mean Jarlan saying that it's Tang, healthy and invented by NASA, and according to End of Evangelion, what will all become? All the syphilis. So much syphilis. It is because, and I shan't repeat who, so I'm not liable, but I may have described a particular famous figure as having syphilis-induced brain rot after they made comments on Twitter. Knock, knock. Sorry, Jarlan said, well, that's pretty rude to syphilis. I shall send a written apology. Blood Beast Pellet. Oh, there it is! Fucking werewolves, man! I do believe that that was what Chornerus was talking about. Like, oh, cool. It's a beast pellet. Oh, no, it's a beast pellet. Oh, no, wait, there's the one. Hello! So to Dippy Banjo, I would never try and dissuade someone from hanging out here, but I fear you may have me confused with another person. I've not started Blood of War Ragnarok, and it is unlikely that I will be anytime soon. However, we are playing Bloodborne. We've all played this a whole bunch of times, so feel free to talk about what you love and the things that you want to celebrate about this game. While I put sandwich in my face and... yeah. It's good to be back in Bloodborne, and one of the few things that I've really struggled with is not playing shitloads of this while we're offline. The good news is that I can play Chalice Dungeons to my heart's content. Oh yeah, this is the shortcut area. Sounds lovely in here. I'm sure there are no problems. Oh yeah. So Dibby Banjo, we've hella deep dived into the story and the elements. Before you came in, Smug Pony was asking about the health systems, and that some people have described the healing system in Bloodborne, like mechanically, as not good, because it is possible for you to run out of heals. And this is one of those things where, I mean, I don't know if Damien is still hanging out in chat. I keep picking on Damien today, because Damien creates specifically challenging titles, and may have some, like, better insight. But it's one of the real difficult things about game development is when you want to put in something to evoke a specific kind of feeling or reaction. Mate. And sometimes, even though it makes players have the experience that you're hoping for, it leaves them in a negative... Oh, I'm so sorry. That's what I get for huffing down a sandwich. It leaves them in a very negative headspace, but removing it would make the experience less fun. So it's kind of, you're inconveniencing your player. Ah, yes! And I can just ninja roll down here. Love it. So you're inconveniencing your player to create a specific kind of feeling. Oh no, so Dippy Banjo, it was more the theory of, like, Smug Rainbow wasn't saying the healing in Bloodborne is bad. And I wholeheartedly agree with you that, you know, it's... all of Bloodborne is working towards, like, one cohesive feeling, which is why it's one of the great games. And you're not, like, a stalwart knight on a mystical quest. You're a hunter. You're a bloke. Like, sure, you're jumped up on magical blood and stuff, but you're still an person. And as a hunter, you need to prepare. You need to stockpile your blood and your bullets and your equipment. You know, train and master your tools. Another example that we've definitely talked about this week, but I think is very poignant, is the weapon degradation system in Breath of the Wild. The fact that Link's weapons do break when you're running around and doing nonsense. And that's specifically put in to get you to experiment and vary your equipment and explore. But it creates a negative feeling for a lot of people because they end up either stockpiling their weapons or not wanting to lose them, or just kind of feeling really attached to their equipment. You know, some players end up beating everybody to death with a stick while, like, smuggling a bunch of, like, god-ending weapons. Other people tend to rush the Master Sword and just focus on that. But if it was removed, how would that change the experience? So Chonra says they don't like running out while attempting bosses, but they very much enjoy the feeling of clawing more heals out of enemies. They've hunted much more than they care about to go and farm blood echoes to buy more heals. Hmm. And Chornerus, thank you for the reminder. Oh.
A bloke hopped up on magical blood and covered in, strawberry jam. Extreme peanut and jelly sandwich making bloke.
Yes, extreme peanut butter jelly. Yeah. Now, Eagle Lives is entirely correct on the Breath of the Wild philosophy. Okay, entirely correct is a strong word. I played and loved Breath of the Wild, but I agree that... Oh, and Dippy Banjo, like, thank you for the follow. I'm here 5 days a week talking your ear off about video games and the games industry, so hello. Yeah, technical avatar, it's a typical London bloke right here. This could be an everyman down at pub. But oh, and Bacon, like, thank you for the bits. For those of you who are new here, bits literally keep me alive. I'm very grateful. Oh, yes! So what Eagle Lives was saying is how we make people feel through game mechanics. That we should reward variation and experimentation, but not punish mono-use. I don't have a solution as to how you would implement that with, say, Breath of the Wild. But with things like, say, Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, you're rewarded for variation through a score system. Like, that's how the game gets you to stop being fresh and original. I'm going to see if I can kill the Screamer as quick as, because they don't shut up. There we go. Honestly, that was just for your ears, dear friends. And Dippy Banjo, like seriously, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, that's a werewolf. Whew. And my friends, werewolves, not swearwolves. Angel, I'm really sorry you had a shy evening. Hopefully, like, all the banter and stuff is helping. But yeah, so with the Devil May Cry series, they reward you mechanically by telling you how cool and stylish you are by varying your attacks and weapons. With Breath of the Wild, I don't know. I don't know how you would do it. One of the things that was very interesting about the Metal Gear Solid series is that it would react to your style by changing how the NPCs worked. So if you started gunning people down with a machine gun, they got heavy armor. If you start making like headshots, helmets. If people were getting knocked out and left, they'd start patrolling in twos, not in singles. It was kind of fascinating. But that kind of reactionary system is very complex to put together. And in a game like Breath of the Wild, you don't want any Fugazi type systems. You know, Breath of the Wild works because there's a very clear cause and effect. Every blood moon, all the bad guys come back. You know, you pick up weapon that is fire, fire set thing on fire. So I don't know how you would do it with Breath of the Wild, but yeah. The experimentation. With Bloodborne, it feels like because the requirements for all of the trick weapons are much lower, you've got more freedom to kind of experiment. As opposed to, say, with like Dark Souls 1, where it was hard to justify experimentation with different weapons because you had to put in so many resources into your sword that trying out another sword might be cool, but you'd never be able to get it leveled to the same point as your other ones. So you're kind of... yeah. And the same with, like, thankfully they removed it for 3, probably in response to how good this was. But having your armor and your outfit not have upgradable stats so you can swap them out and make things happen. Yeah, Angel, that sounds feckin' hard. But you're done. You have tomorrow off. You know, pour yourself a glass of whatever you fancy. You know, milkshake, smoothie, booze, blood of your enemies. We got this. And yeah, Chaunerus, thank you for the heads up on that one, because I know that werewolf has basically used me as a finger puppet more than one occasion going through here. Because the Screamers basically proc frenzy in other creatures. That's another story. Yeah, see, Lost Flowers was saying that the legendary hero weapons should have been unbreakable. I agree, but then it creates a situation where you wouldn't use anything apart from the legendary weapons, removing a whole system of the game. Now, I think it's a fun exercise to talk about, because Breath of the Wild is still discussed. And I've not encountered many games that have made, like, breakable weapon systems fun. Do you know what I mean? So, like, let's take Valheim. Valheim has weapon degradation, but you don't lose your weapons, you just can't use them. So what it does, it creates a limit on how long you can be out in the field, like hunting and murdering, before you come back to your home base. The Dead Rising series always tried to get you to improvise and grab things as you need, but it switches midway through from improvised weapons and grabbing what you need to only crafting the best kit and only using that. So, combined with the time limit, I always found that part of Dead Rising to be very at odds with itself. Now, Eagle Lives was suggesting that for Breath of the Wild, off the top of their head, they'd say that it requires more variation in weapons types. So, axe impacts the... Oh, so axe impacts the robots more. Spears are better against an enemy type that wants to get, like, super close. So creating more need for variety. They'd also want things to impact the weapons that you have positively. For example, you can get a weapon hit by lightning. It gains lightning damage as a buff. That would be fucking cool. Also, let the player repair things. Also valid. Now, repair mechanics, much like with Valheim, do create the need for a home base. Which, apparently, there's loads of people who played through Breath of the Wild and never found the village that you get to found. Which blows my tiny mind. Lost Flowers is something perhaps having them like dull or have need repairs. Oh, and again, I'm not picking holes because I think that Breath of the Wild is perfect and has no flaws. It's just, it's a very, very interesting game. It's so wildly successful and influential, and yet we haven't really had anything that's taken the crown yet. Genshin definitely took inspiration, but Genshin's open world elements kind of fall away as the rest of it starts to unfold. And that's fine. I am not dissing that. Yeah, and Rainbow, I'm with you there. I'm be very curious to see what has been tweaked and changed in the sequel. Don't think I don't know you're hiding there, mate. This is not my first rodeo! Well, Naru, enjoy the kebabs, or the kebabs, and thank you for leaving the lurk up. I do appreciate it, friend. That's what I get from my concentration wane. I get poisoned! And I do get more cold brew. Yeah, and Eagle Lives, I think... Yeah, I do think that kind of creation style, that... not to make it so ham-fisted, but, you know, not too dissimilar from, say, Fire Emblem, where, you know, spear does better again... What is it, like? Spear beats sword, sword beats axe, axe beats spear? Oh, crap sticks. How many fire bombs have I got? A fair few. Alright, friends, hold that thought. Come to go own my pay. Sup, nerd? How's that skin cloak working out for you? No! Hello there. Come on in, friends. I've just started this. A sloth robo, thank you!
Appears to be a few gaps in the skin cloak. Would you care to fill them?
To the sensual Kitsune. Are you proud? You have slain me! I am slain! Fuck! Okay. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Come on in, friends! Come on in! We're playing Bloodborne. I'm up against the wettest beast of all time. How are you? Oh, God, sorry. Oh, excuse me. It came from the deep dark. Sloth Robo, thank you for the follow. And I hope you're doing well. What were you playing? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. We were just chatting about game systems and how they make us feel. We were using the weapon degradation system in Breath of the Wild, how weapons get broken when you use them too much. As an example of a system that's designed to make us feel a specific way. I used up all my fire. Dang it. Yeah, I get some fire paper going. We're playing Death's Door. Lovely. Well, I hope you're having a splendid weekend. To those of you that have joined us, if we haven't met before, my name is Will. It is lovely to meet you. I worked in video games for 1,000 years, and thanks to the lovely people you see around you in chat, I am able to do this for a living, and it's great. So, yeah. If you want to come talk video games, come join us. And this isn't my first playthrough of Bloodborne, so do not worry about spoilers. Don't worry about banter or what have you. Just we are absolutely weapons free on spoilers, lore, and the whole shebang. Also sucking down a sandwich. Dustin was submitting for the approval. I guess as a discussion point. The time, difficulty, intensity trinity of Risk of Rain 1 and 2. I always think that's a fascinating system to discuss. Hey! Come back here. The fuck was that? Oh, is that the equivalent of the little gem creatures? Or have I completely lost my mind? Probably. But yeah, sorry. Oh, and Central Kitsune, like, again, like, thank you for the raid. The lurk is sincerely appreciated. I'm still questing for that that grand purple tick, so that I might steal money from Jeffrey Bezos. So the lurks are sincerely appreciated. Actually, to your lovely selves that have just joined us, if I could impress upon you a favour, and I apologise for putting all this onto you as you're coming on in, but up in the URL in the doobly-doo, there's like a little like question mark referral raid. If you would mind getting rid of that, or I think you could just click the live button here. That helps tell Mr. Twitch that you actually want to watch my dumb self waffle on, and I would be sincerely appreciative. But jumping back. Lost Flower saying there's a difference between unbreakable and repairable. The legendary weapons breaking like any others mean they felt bad for using them. Yes, which did mean that you collected the legendary weapons and then you just put them on display in your house. A lot of people would use the Master Sword because you could use it until it needed to be recharged and then not have to worry. Now, jumping back, Risk of Rain has an interesting system. Risk of Rain is a kind of like... the original was 2D, side-scroll platform. The sequel was 3D, but the difficulty increases based on the amount of time you're in the world. So you're encouraged to zip through it as quickly as possible because, like, while you could spend time leveling up your character and unlocking cool stuff or getting more cash and resources, you're always up against the clock. So if you dally too long on one level, the next one might be too hard for you. I think that was an interesting concept, and I don't disagree that people enjoy it, but for me, it's one of the reasons I haven't gone back to Risk of Rain 2 as hard, because that just feels like anxiety. And especially with roguelikes, I like having a breather when you clear a space before you head on to the next one. So Smug Rainbow, Risk of Rain was more of a traditional roguelike. Kill bad guys, get XP and cash. XP levels you up to do more murders. The cash can be spent to acquire more items and goodies. Far more of a traditional roguelike. Crap, how did I get... Excuse me, I've already unlocked this shortcut. The bloody hell are you all? To yell at someone. What have I done? I just lost 10,000 blood echoes because I jumped the wrong way. Fuck me running. Now I really owe that beast a serious kick in the patooties. Coming out the lurk to say, nice. Yep, I did that to me. Come back here, you wandering madness. There we go. There's the door. Back of the net. Job's a good un. Nod's as good as a wink. What bloody hell's up here? Oh yeah, and here's the thing. Like, Dustin, I thoroughly enjoy roguelikes, especially the gimmick ones. So like Necrodancer, FTL, Dicey Dungeons. I'm only adverse to it when there's a direct time limit. So like in FTL, each time you make a jump, the fleet behind you catches up. In, what's it called? Is it Kingsglaive? The one that's like, what if Windows 3.1, but an RPG? That one has like a corruption spreading across the land. Like things that force you to make poignant choices as you move forward, I'm not against. It's... Time limits and how they're imposed can be a big part of the experience, or at least how we feel about them. I mean, going back to the conversation we've been having all day, which is that how these systems make us feel is what's important. When it comes to things like time limits, sometimes they can create a negative effect even if that isn't what happens. Like, the time pressure ends up turning it into an incredibly not so fun time. Peter! Remember, friends, shit werewolves. Fearless says, I feel like Hades' gimmick is dating sim. I mean, you all don't need me to tell you. Hades' brilliance comes in the fact that you can only progress by losing. That is to say that dying in a run in Hades isn't a failure state. It's a, oi, get back here! Oh! You know what it is? The Wandering Madness is because we now have enough clarity to see. We've, because we've gotten our, the system I've been talking about all day, up to 15, we can now see wandering heaps of madness. Ah. Right, wish me luck. I don't have fire this time, because I used all my petrol bombs the first time. Inside, thank you, Keltra. Alright. Hey up, bastard! This guy makes it really hard to tell where his face is. It's bonking time. Well, aren't you a speedy boy? Get out, get out, get out! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! That was my luck. There was no skill in not getting my head torn off there. Alright. Back to stabbing. Someone doesn't like fire! A Star Wars story. God, you're hideous. Coming out of my cage and I've been feeling just fine! Oh no! You know what, let's just have a little bit more drugs. Oh, it's super ugly mad now. Third form of even madder at me. Is he hiding? Oh, no, it's just getting stickier. Alright. No. Drugs. Ah! So sorry, friends. I thought I had it there. Once we got him crispy in the corner, I thought we were onto a winner there. Yeah, I guess, Kestrel, that first time, he wasn't mad. Just disappointed. Problem is, I gotta go buy more antidotes. Because the thing is, I can survive its hits, but even one of those big swipes is like, cool, now you're riddled with, I don't know, something horrendous. Enjoy. Short-lived beasthood. God, we haven't even tried using that. Alright. Alright, bath kids. I need drugs. 600 a pop? Are you kidding me? This is a fucking rip-off right here. Yeah, laugh it up, you little bastards. Welcome to the economy. Doesn't mean I have to like it. These ruthless little kids. Yeah, it's like if, some kind of vicious lemonade stand. I can't believe I'm getting shaken down by these little shits. I mean, Miyaki Sakura, it's not a bad shout, but I don't have the green to buy more Molotov cocktails. Like, we could sell, like, the blood pellets or stuff, but look at the fucking return on investment here. These little shits. These little bastards. Sell my old weapons so I can afford drugs. I am going to sell the wooden shield because it's tragic and sad and I don't want it. Yeah, and I'll... So we got at least one spare. Alright, once more into the fray, dear friends. Once more into the fray. But also, I noticed someone was talking about these Stardew Valley timers, and that one's an interesting discussion point because it's very much in the flavor to taste genre. That is to say that you can make a case for and against the timers in Stardew Valley, but it's interesting how many people have strong views like one way or t'other. Like, that's one that's not quite so clear-cut. Personally, the timers in Stardew Valley stress me the hell out, and I wouldn't be against them, just not. But, it is what it is. Whose madness is that? Love it. Personally, yeah, so personally I am not a fan of the timers in Stardew Valley, and especially the early game, they turn it very stressful for me. You know, I feel like I have to be doing things the right way. But I know a lot of people for whom, for Stardew Valley, that's a really good focusing tool. And when I say flavor to taste, what I mean is that you'll find a lot of mod projects that people will go above and beyond into changing the core experience to how they want it. I recently became aware of a thing called, like, of a single-player Tarkov mod, which is fascinating. And I know I've talked about Escape from Tarkov a lot. It's a game I've put hours into, but mostly because of how gloriously fucking weird it is. Come on. Fucking assholes. Do you understand how much money it cost me to make that bloody antidote that I had to just consume? Smug Rainbow was saying solo extraction shooter somehow sounds amazing. Yo, that's what I've been playing with Zero Seven. It's Stardew Valley visuals, but it plays like a hardcore single-player extraction shooter. Fucking love it. I think I put in almost 40 hours on that game now. But it is a very different experience. And the reason I bring these up is just because there's loads of games like that where the users end up making it something completely different in their own way. Alright. Let's save the fire for later. Oh, aren't you spicy? Alright, so he doesn't get poisonous until he gets stinky. We're learning. And knowledge is the strongest tool of an hunter. That and actual swords. Alright, so, important lessons learned. The torch does nothing. It's time to get a little bit spicy. Come on. Come on. Anyone else forget to breathe? Just me, alright. We got this. We got this. It's just a big, stinky werewolf. We've fought way worse. Way worse. We got this. We got this. Ultra-Stinky werewolf. Oh, you are not blocking me with your fucking crotch! Fuck! You piece of shit garbage trash fuck! I actually forgot how to breathe during that and got a little bit lightheaded, so there we go. Fuck! And I completely forgot about the fact that we can apply fire to our weapon. Because I'm a dingleberry. Yeah. Okay. So, we need more antidote. So, we're going to go do horrible crimes to the local populace and go from there. You're right, PVS. It was the slow poisoning. But we need to do some murders and farm a little bit before we're ready to take him on. Take him on. Take on me. Okay. Moose says you can get better poison resist at the cost of insight. Vanderbeest, I don't think I'm winning. But I'm hanging out with you a lot and I'm having fun. Also, the reason why I want to take a little boss break is so that we could all chat and hang out. Yeah, and as Miyaki Sakura says, like, in the last phase, just by being within breathing distance, he's filling the poison meter. Which just means the sheer number of things you have to manage at once. Bonk! Is just ridiculous. Fearless, we've been using the torch against them all day. All day. Right, where are these little terrors? The reason it was unequipped is we've been using the flamethrower against the boss. Because apparently he hates that. I was going to say the boss is weak to fire, and then all I could hear in my brain was Baron saying, everything's weak to fire, Will. The whole day! Hey, machine gun guy! Killing your bodies! How you like me now? Oh, I forget what machine gun guy gives you if you take him out. He's got like a hunter's crest or something, doesn't he? I can't remember. Is he the one that gives you the cannon? Because that is fun, let me tell you. Oh, if you haven't seen it, the cannon is literally a cannon. Like, it's not... It is by no means a fancy Bloodborne weapon. It's just a cannon on your own. Poor man's blood gemstone. And yeah, cannons can be fancy. I don't think I've got the skills to take him on. You know what I mean? Oh, that's the Taco Bell cannon. Yep, you're right, Kestrel. That's actually referred to as a rocket launcher. Gas propelled. Birds! Ah. Do you ever think about the fact that we have to go on extra hunts to buy drug money? Amuses me greatly. Alright. 1,000 years dungeon for the next person who tells me I can make friends with the dude in the tower. 1,000 years dungeon! Do not make me do the lemon grab voice. I'm honestly just going to murder him up there now as a point of spite. I'm just... You know what? Machine gun guy must die. He could be basically like Gatling gun Mother Teresa at this point. Right? No! I thought you were dead. Okay. Oh, Kestrel. No, I'm talking about in the Frankenstein's Shelley mode. We're going to make friends with body parts of other people. Gatling gun Mother Teresa. She's back with almighty vengeance. More on this story at 11. I'm just killing that spite now. Oh, so Vanderbeest, the reason why I keep misjudging the stab is I keep forgetting I have the torch out, which makes the blessing room. I'm coming up there! I'm gonna shove that gun up your pee hole! I keep forgetting that I have the torch equipped, which causes the monsters to kind of back off at the last second. Alright, let's see if I got what it takes. Worst case, I can kind of just throw my face at him a few times, use that to stock up on blood echoes, and then we use the blood echoes to buy more antidotes. I was tempted to swap out my health for bullets in that last one, because the flamethrower wrecked that guy's, wrecked the beast's face. I'll show you all some fucking friendship in a tower! Gonna hit him to death with...
Field trip to make machine gun friends.
Guys are assholes. Don't ever change. I win! Now, what have we all learned today? Don't mess with Will! When he's irate! I will drop you off a fucking tower! Oh, no! tell me that hasn't bugged out. Moose says, reload the area, his drops will be in the tower. Okay. We were talking about this the other day of, someone was commenting on the...
Today I learned if you're going to drop down a tower, make sure you're holding onto a ladder.
Yep! Someone was commenting on the last Hero of Nostragaia video and saying that it was nice to see me put some points into health because I'd stopped being a glass cannon. And I just had to be like, oh, I'm sorry, you haven't met me. The last time I was told emphatically by a group, Will, you got to put some points into health, I stubbornly did not. And Vanderbeast, thank you for the bits. I just threw a guy up a tower. Now his guns are mine. What was that? Friends, what do we do with the guy in the tower? Do we make friends with him? Do we slam dunk him into oblivion? Had all that time to make a Gatling gun, didn't have time to put up some safety rails. Just saying. Also, I'll go back to the Hunter's Dream and just buy the antidotes we need. And Loris, thank you for filling the pint glass. Moose, I don't want to lose my blood echoes because I need to buy things. Wraith. Irate Will is the Dark Souls of Wills. Yeah. There are only two kinds of glass cannons. Stubborn glass cannons and dead ones. Yharnam OSHA Inspector. Alright, kids. Peddle me your wares, you little bastards. Dol, can you believe those little numpties? Fucking little... So, Lyris, did you know you could make friends with the person in the tower? But I threw him off it because he was being a jerk! Now, here's the question. I guess we'll keep the flamethrower to deal with the spicy beast, but the cannon is hilarious because it's all strength and it just breaks face. So, our trip through Old Yharnam is going good. We've got almost all of Old Yharnam unlocked. We just need to beat the stinky beast. And then we're good. Oh no, Moose, tell me more about this person who used to be in the towers that's now not. And it's his fault for being incredibly predictable. He always does that little shotgun blast when you get close to him. You two, come here. Doing that on purpose. And you're right. Rainbow Ponies, FromSoft really does like people in towers causing mischief. It's like a theme. And people in towers who cause mischief that you can make friends with. I win! The ground will remember this. Oh man, I sure hope we don't get shot in the face by that guy. Alright, firstly, rude. Secondly, rude! There we go. And if needs be, we can always go back to fighting those two beefcakes in central Yharnam. You kind of patrol outside one of the areas. They're fun. To smash in the face with a great big hammer. I try and anticipate when they're going to start attacking like that, so I get a cheeky stab in. Oh man, I sure hope some guy in a tower doesn't shoot at me and blow these barrels up. That sure would be bad. But anyway, so Lyris and those of you just joined us, how's your weekend going? Tell me your tales. Well, you can upgrade his strength. God, it feels good. Lyris is going well. Nearly a full week off next week. Yes! Just get through tomorrow and Monday. You got this! You got this. Hey, Machine Gun Guy's not here anymore. You guys don't get to have the cool Fight Will in the Corner party anymore. Oh, what's that? When I'm not in one place, easily bullied. You can't hurt me. Jerks. These monsters are going to basically just fuel my antidote addiction. Guy, tower, ground. Raid's favourite Bloodborne polycule. I think everyone has a slightly unhealthy relationship with the ground. If you played this game, really any FromSoft game, Ace Combat, Armored Core, Tenchu, ground not friend. Ground not friend. Oh look, it's other hunter guy. Kick his ass and all. Oh, way cool. Lyra says they got to hang out at a cool arcade yesterday with a fellow Longshipian. That sounds bloody marvellous. We've got, we found out recently that there's a Dave & Buster's in, like, the northern outer rims of what could be considered Seattle. And, I've got to go by sometime. Dave & Buster's, I never got to go to frequently, but whenever I'd visit family in the US, I make a point of going, and that was when I couldn't drink in the US. It was the first time I got to use, got to play one of the giant robot machines, the BattleTech pods. That's it. Powder keg badge. Sure wish I could just take this, you know? Could sure solve a lot of problems with this gun. And Tacey, welcome back. Lost Flower says that Dave & Buster's is kind of disappointing. It's a Pong machine and some oven pizza. Although, knowing this game, there was probably a point at which you were allowed to use that for the Daka Daka Daka, and they had to disable it. Farming in the church is a little risky. Honestly, we've got 10 drugs. Let's keep going this way and see what it gets us. Also, to those of you who've just joined us, Tower Guy, I stabbed him in the face and threw him off the bridge. So technically, I won that fight. Technically. It appears that I have won at Twister. Okay. Sorry, Wraith was saying I'm pretty sure there's a normal guy that you can make friends with. This is Bloodborne. Normal people should be feared. Give me my health back. I need that. Like, if you see regular normal guy, which would probably be their, like, Kojima name. If you see regular normal bloke, oi! Get back here! Embodiment of madness, get back here! Don't worry about it. Actually, did anyone clip my glorious victory against the hunter in the tower? Oi, shite werewolf! Come here! Oi! Getting ignored. Regular guy, skin pope. You have no friends in Yharnam. Except for Dave. But Dave will make friends with anyone. Isn't that right, Dave? Hi. Puppy says what? Angry puppy says what? Oh, don't be a dweebus. Come fight me. Come fight me! Stop being a weenie! Like I said, friends, shit werewolf. I'm over here. Werewolf, I am over here. Fight me. I need your blood. I think. Alright. Alright, I'm getting way too cocky. Yeah, be careful what you wish for there. I did that to me. I mean, Smug Rainbow Pony, you are correct that overconfidence has absolutely no downsides whatsoever. Which is actually not a quote from Bloodborne, but a quote from Darkest Dungeon. Not a lot of people know that. Someone get that dog a seeing eye human. Alright, so there's the cheeky route up. Actually, I'm going to take the cheeky route. Shit, that doesn't get us back, does it? I'm going to kill these two. I'm going to take a yellow paper back because we've got a shit ton to spend on, like, antidotes and stuff. Although...
Go.
Big puppy. And Fred, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. Earlier on, someone was talking about the old Suck It Fred days. And I had fond memories. Is there a ladder at the top of the tower that leads back to the lamp? I thought the tower here just opens up the shortcut. Oh, yes, because we can take that side little route. Okay, yeah, we'll trundle up there. Because it gives me a chance to have a breather. I might actually hydrate before we start fighting this boss. I know, shocking. Apparently, now friends, I've not been able to confirm this, but apparently the human body needs more than coffee and alcohol to function. Now, I've not been able to test this theory, but I've been told that it's a requirement of the human condition. Yeah, caffeine. I'm with you there. Lies and slander, but here we are. It just needs a blood transfusion. The blood also has gin in it. Beware the old blood and Bombay Sapphire. Oh, Alpha. See, Alpha, this is one of the reasons why I like hanging out with all of you lot. There's reminders like that. It's caffeine, alcohol, and cookies. Cookies with the third part. There we go. Alright, so we've got a fair wedge of antidotes. We can stand to have a few more. Some people were suggesting that I might want to pick up the poison resist kit, but that costs I think that costs insight, and 16 insight is all we have currently. That's with all the Madman's knowledge. Yeah, so the Grey Wolf kit is available. Oh, and Gascon's got a bit more poison resist as well. No one fights like Gaston. No one smites like Gaston. No one takes a giant hammer to the face like Gaston. And now, because we got the... Yeah! We have the rifle spear and the stake driver, which are okay. Not my personal favourites. But they're definitely interesting. But... Oh wait, do we not get the cannon yet? Oh, shenanigans! We get the rifle spear and we get the stake driver, but... How do we get it to display the... Oh, here we go. So the stake driver is a trick weapon fashioned by the workshop of heretics, the powder kegs, favoured by the retired hunter Jura, retired by being dropped out of a window. The stake driver, with its queerly complex design, violently drives thick stakes into the flesh of foes. I'm kind of uncomfortable by that description. The stake driver allows for high damage critical attacks, but is difficult to use and leaves the wielder open. But none should... But none of this should bother a mere powder keg. And then we've got the rifle spear, a trick weapon crafted by the workshop of heretics, the powder kegs. Okay, the powder kegs sound like one of the best opening bands that you hear once and then can never find. A prototype weapon, serving as a simple firearm and a spear, possibly created with the imitation of a lost Canehurst weapon. Lacks any notable function, saving it is the only trick weapon with a gun attached. Oh, the cannon is post-Victor Amelia. You'll... Alright. Let's see if anything we get from the doll will help us with
Welcome home.
a bit of poison resist.
Very well, let me...
And then we'll buy a shitload of antidote.
No.
So endurance does help. Friends, I'm legit tempted. So, Smug Rainbow Pony, this is one of those things that's so fascinating about video game discussions. Rainbow Pony was saying that when it comes to Final Fantasy, where potions are purchasable and a drop from enemies, that doesn't seem the same kind of frustration as with Bloodborne. And I think it's because Bloodborne is so fast and so quick. There's so much going on at any one time. Thank you. Everything's going on so quickly that when you need blood, you're jamming it into your leg very fast. and the means of acquisition aren't so direct. You know what I mean? Okay, so friendos, don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking on the Stinky Beast in just a second, and I do want to keep talking about this because the reason why I wanted to highlight what Smug Pony was saying is that it's fascinating how you can have the same system in two different games, but their presentation or the experience drastically changes them, even if on paper they're the same thing. Get the Powder Kegs, an indie pirate folk metal band who live stream themselves with new songs playing. Wait a second, that's the Longest Johns! Alright, friends, don't go anywhere, as we're still heisting. We're gonna beat this feckin' beastie tonight. We're gonna do it. Together. Alright? Alright. I'll be back in a second. Hello there, good hunters. I got my my can of. Check it out. I got fancy fucking water. Look at this shit. Sparkling. I don't chug it and then have to pee 3 seconds later. Cheers all. Oh. Yeah, Lost Flowers. I'm not looking forward to the Amelia fight. I mean, by that point, I should have Ludwig's blade, but that fight always makes me sad. It's not quite Arturus sad, but it doesn't feel good. Wraith's like, oh, no greeting for the poor middling hunters. You know what you did. Away! Away! This turn's finished. But yeah, so Tasty, the Longest Johns do this thing where they all get in the booth and one of them plays Sea of Thieves and they just sing shanties at people. Unfortunately, due to like the internet lag problem, they can't all do it on the same crew, but it's really funny. So yeah, if you find anybody like shantying at you whilst you're sailing around. No! No! Amelia's a sad one. I can't, like I said, not as sad as Arturus, but I can't feel happy about kicking his ass. Kicking her ass. He stabs you in the back if you leave him. Yeah, so hopefully I can get through this without having to spend insight, because I don't know if we're at the point where we can buy Madman's knowledge yet. Then again, I can beefcake off-stream with the Chalice dungeons, so it's not as difficult as it's been. This town's finished. Werewolf no bitey. Werewolf no bitey. There we go. Okay. So we'll use the flamethrower. I guess we use the flamethrower for the mid-act. Yeah, flamethrower for the mid-act. We've got antidotes aplenty. Knees, weak arm, spaghetti. Alright, you blood-starved piece of poo! You stinky, saggy flesh beast. Why are you so nasty? We got this. In fairness, health and blood haven't been our biggest weakness. It's the poison resist that have. Alright, let's go! Okay, okay, we got this. Just a trial run. Just a trial run. Piece of cake. It's such a heinous boss. Although, friends, if you want a good bit of like of after-school reading, Patrick Gill over at Polygon did an incredible video about why Bloodborne's enemies are very evocative of the Muppets. And much like a lot of Patrick Gill's videos, it seems like a joke until he breaks it down, and it makes so much sense. There's so much of Bloodborne's world that's conveyed not through, excuse me, not through tooltips and item descriptions, but just through like the heinous, wet, viscous nonsense that they put forward. And Jeralan, here's the thing. You can see it. The pointed hat, the trick weapon. Kermit T. Frog would definitely be a hunter. The one I see Gaston as, weirdly, is Fuzzy Bear. I think it's the teeth. Like, I can see the hat down over Fuzzy's eyes, and he's just being like... You know, that big, toothy smile. Meow Kitty Sucker says, is it because the Muppets are Eldritch Horrors? Well, Patrick Gill puts forward the idea that what makes both the monsters in Bloodborne and the Muppets on the Muppet Show so good are three things. Like, what is it? It's movement, it's texture. Oh crap, there's one more. Well, I can't remember it because apparently I'm a dingus. I guess I'm gonna fight this bloody werewolf. Werewolves, not swearwolves. Smug says Microlash is 100% Mr. Beaker. Oh god, and wait, no, you got Bunsen and you got Beaker. Beaker is absolutely a hunter. I think it's just the face and the ginger hair. But Bunsen's definitely one of like the healing church. Oh yeah, Miyaki Sakura, I think it's proportion, movement, and texture. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing we are going to equip. Alright, fire paper. I'm definitely missing the reach, though. Alright, friends, wish me luck. This is it. This is the run. This is the run. Eye of the Tiger, Heart of the Muppet, Face of the also Muppet. Okay. Skeet up, butt up, boat ho! It's a good little exchange there. Misread his moves. Come back here and fight me! Shit! Fuck! Skid up, butter, boat hole! Oh. That was big, mean, and angry right there. Right feckin' there. Ting. And a moment of brief calming noise. Ting. Oh yeah, I guess that wasn't the run! What are you talking about? First time every time. Actually, we've got enough resources to try again, though. Now, Rainbow Pony, I'm sure you meant that as a compliment. Rainbow Pony says, you got me invested now. I want you to slay that beast like I slay my outfits. But where my mind went to was you with a nicely laid out outfit on the bed just beating the crap out of it with a stick. Skeet up on a boat hole. But yeah, that flamethrower is so good at close range. But I'm learning. I'm adapting. Kessel's like, I don't understand these fashion trends at all. Do we beat them with a stick before or after we put the clothes on? I forget. No one likes you, werewolf, you smell! See, Quill went the route of slaying outfits like Monster Hunter. Get it. You know, there's a fancy three-piece suit in the wild. You leap out with a giant two-handed sword. Okay. Honestly, I think it might be better to use the flamer early and just... But then again, I shouldn't be struggling with the first form. I should say first phase, really. Don't be a weenie, you big meanie. I feel like someone at FromSoft was going through some shit when they did the character designs for this. Oh no! JMG! I'm trying to find a beast! No! I'll be with you in a second! Everybody, please say thank you to Jay for me! While I'm dealing with this very stinky beast! Okay. Yes! I'd like to apologize to everybody on headphones there. I thought I had absolutely fucked it there. When they stopped to do the roar, and I'm like, this is my opening, and I rush in with flaming sword, and there was a little voice in my head that was like, hey, Will. I'm like, what? It's like, hey, Will, you just ran into the death zone. How's that working out for you? My brain's like, oh, no. Okay, Jetman J, thank you for bringing your crew in. How are you doing? Happy Saturday! Fuck yeah! I'm glad I could bring the thunder for you all. So, what were you playing? What were you up to? Tell me your feckin' tales. That was good. Oh, excuse me. Yelled all the burps out of me. What can I say, Sadlin? I grew up on a healthy dose of the Muppets. Also, to Generic Skybox, that is a great name, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to Bloodborne. Just to bring you up to speed, I've played this. Most of us here have played this, so don't worry about spoilers or story or what have you. Like, that sounds feckin' grand. And Jetman was doing XCOM with friends in chat. Yes! XCOM 2 with the War of the Chosen, with friendos plus Iron Man mode is like one of my favorite things to do. I'm sure this church area has no giant significance. Oh, there was a bunch of antidote back here? Man, we paid those kids so much. Well, Neo Shido, let's head back to the Hunter's Dream. And we'll go from there. Because, yeah, I think next we have to head to the Holy Healing Church, right? But Jetman J, that sounds feckin' grand. And also, I love the propaganda posters that it generates of, like, your friends and stuff. I think that is one of the feckin' coolest things about it. Well, so, Rainbow Pony, XCOM does have multiplayer. And it's all right. It's kind of like any tabletop war game. You can kind of break it and cheese it. Me and Fred actually played a few versus matches, and it's interesting, but there's definitely a winning meta. But what you can do is you can play through XCOM where you have people volunteer to be your soldiers. So, like, what we did the very first day we got subscriptions turned on was every person who subbed got a character. Caffeine and I had to make XCOM characters for 10.5 hours. But that's another story. But then, as you play through the campaign, it randomly picks, so you never know who's going to jump in, and God, it was good. All right. Okay, so we now have the chalice for the first dungeon, so I can hit that up for some grinding to get beefcake or what have you. Oh look, the moon! I bet it's just a regular moon. Alright, here's old Gregors.
The healing church and the blood ministers who belong to it were once guardians of the hunters in the times of the hunter Ludwig. They worked and forged weapons in their unique workshop.
Jay, again, thank you for bringing your crew in, and I hope you have a cracking weekend. I'm glad you got to see that moment, you know?
But they have much to offer you. And so, heed the message of your forebears. Ascend to Erden Chapel.
Erden Chapel's where we get the good shit, if I remember rightly.
Ascend.
Yeah. So yeah, the church workshop is where we get some real fun toys. But yeah, so to everyone who came over from Jetman J's raid, hello. I hope you're all having a good weekend as well. So just to bring you all up to speed, we are currently in the process of stealing money from Jeffrey Bezos. The Bezos heist! We are over halfway. We've got like a week and a bit left. Basically, I've been doing a push for partner here on twitch.television. And thanks to everybody coming together, like, we've been doing real well. Like, we got to keep up the thunder next week, but we got this. For those of you that are sticking around for a spot of Bloodborne or a spot of games industry blanter, if I could ask a massive favor of you, in the URL in the doobly-doo, if you'd be so kind as to remove the refer raid chunk. I think click on the my dumb face that says live. I would really appreciate that because it helps with the metrics, makes those numbers look all sparkly, and helps convince Mr. the Twitch that we actually know what we're bloody doing. Now back onto it. So Smug Rainbow Pony, the creator of the Bloodborne Muppets video, is Patrick Gill, and he works over on the Polygon video team, and he's feckin' brilliant. So he's done such wonderful videos as Anthem's mech should have truck nuts, Bloodborne and the Muppets work well together, or what have you. And he recently did a video about the circus of war around Call of Duty and how it went from being a game that really took into consideration like the realism of war and the horrors of war, and has itself become this insane circus event where everything is like a shooty gun bang Disneyland. And especially looking at Warzone 2 and the extraction mode and stuff like that, like, I'm not saying those are necessarily awful games, But when you think about where Call of Duty as a franchise came from and where it is now, like I'd only be paraphrasing what the video said, but the big inspiration for the original Call of Duty was Saving Private Ryan. And Saving Private Ryan was kind of an anti-war war film. And so Call of Duty originally was a much more gritty, grounded version of the Daka 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 gunbang, which then started the craze of World War II shooters that we went through during the brown-grey era, which would then reinvent itself with Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and yeah, it's totally worth looking into. Because like it or loathe it, COD is a huge part of the gaming sphere, and for a lot of people it's really all that they play. So it's nice to see it deconstructed proper, you know? Yeah, again, Eagle Lives, you're right. Band of Brothers is probably a better analogy, but the original Call of Duty did recreate scenes unofficially from Saving Private Ryan, and even went so far as to have one of the military consultants from Saving Private Ryan on the original COD. God, it's fascinating to track it all through.
Welcome home, good hunter.
Good to be back.
What is it you desire?
I mean...
Very well,
definitely a bit more vitality. And that's all we can afford.
Farewell, good hunter.
So actually, Eagle Lives, I'd have to go back and check which games did which specific scenes. The Saving Private Ryan beach scene was such a massive influence on games. Hell, Unreal Tournament had a feckin' beach assault level. Ooh, got some new spicy stuff. The Rope Molotov. Ritual Blood. Now, I can't remember, do we have to use one Ritual Blood every time we go through? They wouldn't do that to us, would they? Don't answer that. Oh, do we need the 10k to buy the gem? Or is the door now open? Sorry, Navalis, you were trying to tell me before we got going? So Naru, I actually need to go back and watch that, because that's one of the foldable human essays I haven't seen. I do agree with the... I do agree that if your goal is to create a game about, air quotes, the good war, you know, the war against the Nazis is one of the few ones where you can say one side was the goodies and one side was the baddies. Hell, there's a reason why Nazis and zombies are the two most popular things to murder. Because you don't have to feel guilty about either. No, Eagle Lives. I absolutely love getting into the guts of this, because there was this thing that happened over the last decade where film stopped being the main contributing, influencing factor, and other elements came in to the point where cinema's been kind of catching up. So Chura says, beating the Bloodstar Beast opens up the back way into the church ward. If you want to go in the front, you need to buy the Hunter Chief emblem. We'll go in the back, because I can... Now I've got the Chalice Dungeon, I can grind for that when I'm just chilling and illing. Miyaki Sakura was saying that zombies can be argued as sympathetic because they can't help their condition. But it's a non-curable situation. In fact, the premise is that they are reanimated corpses. There is no longer a person. It is without feeling, it is without emotion or a sense of self. And that allows for you as a person who might want to feel empowerment in your video games to do it guilt-free. Like, and even if you see them as sympathetic, if there's nothing to be doing, all you can do is grant them, like, peace and mercy. You know, things like Back for Blood and stuff like that work really well. Sometimes when you look at video games that have you fighting against human enemies, one, it can be possible for the team to make a big misstep, case in point, the Division, or to create situations where you end up with, like, ludonarrative dissonance the other way. So the idea of you might not want to attack enemies the game wants you to attack because of, you know, human fucking empathy. If you want a nice hyperbole example, dogs in video games. Loads of people are genuinely uncomfortable with having to harm, you know, dogs or wolves in video games. Even though our character's supposed to be A-O-fucking-K with it, we are not. Oh, and if you don't know the State of Decay... State of Decay is fucking great, and I love that quote. Zombies don't know fear or pain. They don't know discipline or community or sacrifice either. With the Division, one of the first kinds of enemies that you come across are just New Yorkers in hoodies. Now, they do have some, like, weapons, but they're like baseball bats and sticks, and maybe even pistols. And when you think about who you are in that game, holy shit, you're a government agent who is above any kind of jurisdiction, dropped into a civilian crisis zone, and you're just gunning people down. Like, later on, you start fighting against, like, deserted military individuals or crazed trash men with flamethrowers, I guess? But the initial thing you do in the Division is basically shoot civilians. And for a game that has Tom Clancy ahead of it, it's not unfair to put that into real-world political context. And that's bad! Also, like, you have high-end super science technology as well, and these people have a dirty hoodie and maybe a Glock. Oh yeah, Eagle lives. If Hades had made me fight Cerberus, we never would have finished it, you know what I'm saying? We wouldn't have finished that game. Oh yeah, but don't worry, it's not political. Ubisoft, when they don't want to have to deal with nonsense. But they'll happily make the British the bad guys every time. Sorry, I say that in jest. It's kind of like the Britain v France rivalry that spills over. Okay, so Chaunerus, if I want to head into the back way to the healing area, where do I go? I go to where the guys in the dodgy hats were with the lanterns, right? Oh yeah, Geraldine. Historically, it goes way back, but that's another story. Okay, so we go back to the chapel. Thank you. Which light is that one? Is it? Is it the Church of the Good Chalice? Because there's the big double doors that we can head through now. Oh, Cathedral Ward. Thank you! No, it's Chaunerus. Like, thank you for helping. But anyway, jumping back. It's interesting when it comes to, like, player empathy and experiences. Because, like, I know ludonarrative dissonance is an obnoxious term to have to listen to.
Ah, this here is a spot. Next time, if you find any sancres in, no.
Alright, so far all we've found is the old lady. Is there anybody else we're supposed to have rescued by now? I think she still matters, right? Yeah. So I forget, which way are we going from here? So I think upstairs is way out of my... Oh yeah, so this is the door that just opened up. Oh, fuck me! Yep. Mate, how do you feel about your choices? Ah! Just had to have a little chat there. And Shaunarus, thank you for the reminder, because I always forget about that. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. No, don't be a mimic. Okay. Alright, let me just remember what side this is on. And again, like, thank you all for the reminders. Ah, there it is. Whew. Thank you. Remember, we are werewolves, not swearwolves. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. But yeah, sorry for getting distracted there. So, yeah, I know ludonarrative dissonance is a really obnoxious term to have to listen to, and I promise I'm not going to keep bandying it around, but it's often used to describe situations. Ooh, Messenger Urn Festival, lovely. It's often used to describe a situation where the user is doing something drastically different in the opposite way, more aggressively than the player. More aggressively than the character. So the player wants to go on a kill spree, daka daka daka, shooty gun bang, and the character's meant to be all sad and mournful and thinking about stuff. But what we found with oh god, why am I blanking on the game now? Cool. Apparently I can't remember things anymore. Go me. But anyway, the TLDR was things like, you know, fighting against dogs in games where your character's supposed to be entirely okay with it, and you as the player are absolutely not. Kind of like non-conflict playthroughs, or non-violent playthroughs of violent games, you know what I mean? Can't believe that old guy. I can't believe he did that. Anyway, back to fighting. Ah! Bonk! Oh, you did not just shoot me in the bum! Shenanigans, I tell thee. Alright, well the flamethrower's not going to do us much good here, so... Miss me! Miss me! Oh, there you are, you little shit! Alright, I'll be back for you later. Well, so, Angel was pointing out also situations like romantic ones where you have to do something that makes you personally feel a bit gross, like in visual novels. With visual novels and things like Heavy Rain, because you're not given enough agency, you can't have a ludonarrative dissonance. Honestly, when it comes to things like Heavy Rain, I think it's okay to just call it bad writing. Oh, you! Bonk! Sorry, we're back to fighting people again. Now where's that nobbin with a gun? Oh, there you are. Can't believe how much blood you're making me go through. Tell thee. Although again, okay, this area I find more interesting. I find less interesting than Central Yharnam because it does feel like these guys are protecting the Holy Blood Church. But is it because they've already overthrown the Blood Church? And because of how strong we are from what we've gone through, it really does feel like we're tearing through these people with reckless abandon. I will say the genius thing about this is that as you're coming through here, you're facing the same strength of enemy that you faced at the beginning. So if you didn't do that thing where you go back to kind of like level up, this is the point where you're told by the game, hey, you're a lot fucking stronger than when you started out at the beginning of this journey. Okay, Jerolan. Yeah. Feckin' Final Fantasy VIII's romantic nonsense. Romance in video games is incredibly hard to get right. And when it comes to those, you've either gotta give the characters enough agency that it doesn't feel like it's your fault or your choice, or give the players some options. Because, like, Squall had so many people that he could have had a very happy, stable relationship with. But no, he was a sulky, damn near silent protagonist. One that I thought was very interesting was the romantic stuff in Final Fantasy 15, where at first it feels like it's a very arranged marriage, and that our guy's kind of nervous and not really feeling it, and his mates are all taking the piss out of him. Although, they go on the most wholesome day trip to go check out the wedding dress, which is still one of the most adorable things in a video game. But then you realise that what's his name? Noctis has had a much better understanding of the stakes, and that while he doesn't care in like a deeply romantic sense, he cares in an empathic sense. Fuck you, Grandpa! He laughed at me. I'm gonna beat somebody's granddad to death. That's how my day's going. Oh yeah, no, Jerolan, as a Final Fantasy VIII obsessive, every other lass would have been a better fit for Squall. Selphie is hecking adorable, and I will fight and die for that. And Quintus, or Quintius, or however you pronounce her name, was a badass go-getter. Like, Renoa was a lunatic who threw her dog! I'm gonna go beat someone's dad to death. Possibly someone's granddad. I haven't worked it out. You know what, Smug Pony? I did forget that Quintus was his teacher. Yeah, and poor Angelo. Reduced to being a canine missile. Send the elevator down for my inevitable death. Sup. You want to turn that around? No? I couldn't hear you over me beating your skull in with a fucking hammer! Yes, this is that part of the night where I start to lose it. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy, isn't he brave? Oh, look at this guy, isn't he brave? This turn's finished. Nari's like, wow, you sound mad, Will. Do I? Do I sound mad? Get a sword out now. Fearless, I couldn't possibly comment. Alright, you lot. people. It's time for the Yharnam massacre. I'm sorry. I don't think any of those people realize how less cool they are. This, friends, is what happens when you get cocky in Bloodborne. On the plus side, though, I get to beat the first machine gun guy to death as much as I like. Confidence is a slow and insidious killer. Did you run out of ammo there, Grandad? You alright? You good? Are you okay? Are you fine? This turn's finished. But yeah, let's not look too closely at Final Fantasy XVIII, which basically had mercenary murder war school that was also a floating battle station teaching child soldiers how to do murder. And your graduation exam was a Tyrannosaurus. This is gonna get personal. Hey, old bastards. Yeah. It's best if we don't think about the moral implications of Balam Garden. This turn's finished! And Zeke, how are you doing, friend? How was your nautical adventures in the end last night? Forgive me while I beat these guys to death with a gigantic hammer. Dude! Dude! What up, dickhead? Boosh! I wanted to give him just long enough to regret his life choices. I love how I was talking earlier about how powerful and easy it is to kick these guys' ass, and they took that absolutely personally. Me? You started it! You and your fucking granddad!
Oh God! You better update!
This turn's finished. So Zeke was saying from Sea of Thieves last night, no amazing stories, got med sunk, ghost shipped, did the battle for the Sea of Thieves by sailing through and putting some holes in some boats. You know what? That sounds pretty good. We just finished up the vault. I was basically becoming more unhinged as the night was going on. And after all that... Oh! That was full of person. That was an actual coffin full of a person. I'm feeling guilty. Oh boy! I have desiccated a corpse. Now, let's not bicker and argue over who killed who. This is a happy occasion. Oh! No, 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 no. Time to get the bonk. Get the bonk. Oh, you did not! Oh. So now you've grown a brain. Ah! I'm gonna kill them all. I'm gonna kill them all. All right. All right. Now I don't feel so bad about throwing that guy off the fucking roof. It's murder time! So mad. You can... Oh my... Okay, you can see the forehead vein. Even on the tiny cam. Fuck. Oh. PVS. That's his secret will. He's always angry. Is there anybody else I can save in the church at this point? Have I missed anyone? LOL!
Down.
It's finished! Miss me! Miss me! Whoop 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 whoop! It's finished! Weird. So Chaunerus was saying, although you don't have to fight up right now, it's weird. It's like I read the words and what comes across is will destroy them all, fight up, break face. But I'm pretty sure we get one of the like I'm pretty sure we get one of the useful shoot, we get one of the hunter's marks from clearing this area out there, don't we? Because this is the church workshop, yeah? Like, I'm not going completely mad. Okay, Pillar, I'm gonna need you to just knock. Okay, let me tell you how this is gonna go. Ah! Terrible idea. And this place does need more cannon. Because I canonically need to kick this guy's ass! I feel a little... I feel one... Oh. No! Nami! No! Come back! Dropped him off the side. Alright, you big brick-wielding bastard! Yeah, and he did steal my technique of fight with torch. Alright, that's on me. That one was on me. And the incredible sulk over here. What's up, mate? Oh, you did not just. I think he's dead. Okay, sorry, what were we talking about before I became an unhinged murderer? Feck off, Granddad. This has finished! Yeah, what were we talking about? I guess we were talking about Final Fantasy VIII and Child Soldiers. Sorry. Final Fantasy VIII, definitely one of the Final Fantasy games I played the most. For those who don't know the story of Will, I got kicked out of home when I was 18, and I kind of did like the diet homeless thing for a while. So I was lucky, like I never had to sleep rough or anything like that, so just couch surfed. And when I eventually got myself like a little room in Isleworth, and I kind of got my life together, I got a PS1 and went through like a back cat of RPGs that I hadn't really played proper, and I had played through about half of Final Fantasy VIII, replayed the whole of it, and like I played well over 100 hours of it. On the old Final Fantasies, if you played over 99 hours and 99 minutes, the clock would tick round but change red. That's a fun fact for you. And so, like, Final Fantasy VIII for me was both a coping mechanism and a place I feel like I spent time. You know, I've still got a great love of Balam Gardens as a space in video games because it felt like I lived there. And because of the amount of Triple Triad I played hustling in that place, you know? And it's interesting how a lot of games can just hit you at the right place at the right time. Final Fantasy X was one that I initially hated and then came to love. But me and 12 never got on. Because 11 was the first MMO, right? I always get those few wibbly-wobbly ones. Like 9, didn't really go on with it. 12, wasn't a fan. 13, when I beat a boss by being in the other room, I kind of swore it off a little bit. Though I have been overly harsh on Lightning over the years, it was interesting that was one of the first, like, triple sequeled games that Square did. And I don't know if we found out the behind-the-scenes story about why Versus got canned and turned into 15, and why 13 got 2 sequels. Okay, props to you, crazy granddad. I'm not even angry. That was... I have infinite respect for someone who will wheel into a fight with a flamethrower. Oh, Zeke says that their final year project for uni was a combination of Civ, Risk, and Triple Triad. Nice. To my understanding, so with Triple Triad, it's in Final Fantasy XIV, and it was part of the Final Fantasy app. Ooh. Radiant Sword Hunter's badge. That's Ludwig's Holy Blade, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, we're gonna get spicy tonight! Sorry, I really like Ludwig's Holy Blade. So... and this is the door we can't open yet, right? Yeah. Oh, Miyake Sakura, I couldn't possibly comment. But I am actually going to use yellow paper so we can go pick it up. I mean, what? No. Oh, everybody, shh. I've had a great idea. What if we took a sword, right? But when you put it away, it's in a bigger sword. Wow, shit, Ludwig, where do you come up with these ideas? Honestly, they just come to me. Now, pass me another laudanum, cocaine, opium, absinthe combo.
Stop that incessant
Whoa!
clicking.
Iron Imp, I didn't even see you get in, friend. Watto and welcome, how are you doing? And J-Post, thank you for gifting me a sub. Sorry about that, I think I was either still angry about the people just murdering me, or if I was just too focused on nonsense. Oh yeah, Ludwig's been hitting the good blood, if you know what I'm saying. Toys, toys, toys. Ludwig's Holy Blade. 20k? Ooh, though Ludwig's rifle is always fun. And we've already got the flame sprayer. So Ludwig's rifle, a rifle typically used by the Ealing Church hunters. It is said that this rifle was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter in the church. It is long, heavy-barreled, and makes up for in range what it lacks in reload speed. Ludwig's rifle exhibits several departures from the workshop's design, suggesting that the church anticipated much larger inhuman beasts. Now, that's a cute little bit of lore, but as one of the great things about this game, once you start putting this all together, it's like, oh shit, the church was aware that shit could get much worse than even the first initial, like, beasts that started appearing. And the good old flame sprayer. Not the most effective weapon by any stretch, but sometimes a sea of flame is just what the good doctor ordered. Besides, the Beast of Yharnam can always use a good cleansing. And what's the description for the Holy Blade? Trick weapon used by healing church hunters. It is said that the silver sword was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. When transformed, it combines with its sheath to form a greatsword. The healing church workshop began with Ludwig and departed from the old German techniques to provide hunters with the means to hunt more terrifying beasts, and perhaps things still worse. Feckin' yarn. Immortal End. Wait, guys! What if we strap a gun to a sword? My god, he's got it! Fetch me more, Fetch me more ground-up lead and magnesium. We're having a party tonight. So, is that for the gun or for you? Yes! Mercury, that's what I was thinking of. Have some of that too. Whew. Neo Shadow was like, more terrifying beasts. Oh, excuse you mean like what happened to all of your clerics? You know, the old chug, 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 rah, 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 scream, scream, scream. Okay, one thing I do want to say real quick, just because we were joking about like the Gunblade and then PVS mentioned Final Fantasy VIII. Squall's Gunblade is still one of the most interesting additions I've seen to like an RPG, and I haven't met many systems that have been able to emulate the satisfaction without the infuriation. A while back we played a game called, I think it's pronounced Y2K, but it's spelt phonetically, and it was called a postmodern RPG, where you play as an absolute asshole. Like, you're like English language postgrad or something, with a very self-conceited idea of yourself, returning home and uncovering a mystery or some bollocks, I forget. But that one did an interesting idea. Hey! Raid after raid after raid! Dinsdale, you fecking legend, how are you doing? What, oh, and welcome! Could I ask one of my lovely team to get Divdale shout out? That would be lovely. So Dins, what were you playing? What were you up to? How have you been? We were just having a natter about some of the weapons. And I've realised I have to save up 20k to be able to get the weapon I want next. So how are you? And yeah, so I do agree that, like, the intent was that you're playing as an arsehole. But the thing I wanted to mention from Y2K was how each character had a different minigame that denoted damage levels, right? But, what it ended up happening was it ended up feeling like these mandatory, obnoxious little things that I just didn't want to do through the process of combat. Whereas Squall's Gunblade in Final Fantasy VIII, what you did, hang on, let me just get away from the doll so I don't accidentally stab him in the face. What would happen is that at the exact moment of impact, you pulled the trigger as if you were pulling the trigger on Squall's weapon, and that would add an extra boost of crit damage. You could fire it at any point, but you only got one shot kind of like per attack. Oh. So Din's recently started Sekiro, and it's getting better. First stream was rough. Yeah. We were talking about Sekiro a lot earlier today, and it's like, it's the game that most people have the most polarizing opinions of Soulsian, because it's a game which is designed to make you feel like a ninja, but not like the immortal maximum rank ninja, but, you know, the absolute pinnacle of like mastery of the self, a blend of patience and timing. And it does this by just beating you until you get it right. The butterfly, I forget what her name is, like the butterfly ninja. That fight is just, hey, so you've been playing this however you want, that's cool. Learn how to parry right, or perish, I guess. Butterfly ninja is not a good teacher. Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. Geraldine, Y2K is definitely emulating the Super Mario RPG, but the difference is that Super Mario RPG is fun when you have to get into combat. Y2K felt stunted and fiddly in an unfun way. It was one of those where if you got it right, it felt like that was the baseline, and if you didn't, it just felt really obnoxious. But yeah. Is it Lady Butterfly? Thank you. Or but yeah, Dins, how are you doing, friend? We've been on Bloodborne today. I managed to take down Stinky Wet Beast, the sacred, angry, screamy shout beast, and despite having played through this game before, I forgot how much that fight kicks my ass. But through a combination of bloody-mindedness, fire, and forgetting to breathe, we did manage to do it. Right as Jetman J brought a raid in. So you raided in at the perfect time. I can actually say hello to you and yours. But yeah, I will say, in terms of personal satisfaction, Sekiro is one of the greats. And let me tell you, the great moments in it are unlike any other game. But it's a different curve. Like, this is Bloodborne. If I'm getting my ass handed to me by a boss, I can just go and punch beasts in the face until I get swole. Sekiro's like, oh, you want to grind and level up? No. Just get better, I guess. Oh. And yeah, and let's be a bit cryptic, Dins, but beware the headless beasts. Anyway, but yeah, Dins, I hope you're doing well, mate. Friends, if you've not seen Dinsdale stuff before, whoever it was that threw out the shout-out to him, please make sure you are following. Because, one, Dins is a lovely person, a fellow Hollow Knight fan, and... to excellent alignment. Thank you kindly. And Dins has exceptional taste in video games. As if you couldn't guess that from the Hollow Knight bit, but you know what I mean. I haven't been able to watch as much of your stuff, Dins, just because real life's been really getting in the way. But, yeah. It's good to see you, friend. It's good to see you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
House Carl is not fecking around tonight. Fearless. Thank you, you fecking legend. So yeah, so Dins, over here, things are going good. Let's see. The flat's looking real nice. Our youngest pup is been having a hard time, but he's getting better. He's had terrible allergy problems with his skin, but he's doing good. He's doing good. Even if his dumbass does wake me up with his bloody inflatable neck pillow repeatedly. We've been questing for a purple tick, which has been going very well. Everybody's been coming together to help me steal money from Jeffrey Bezos. And it's been good. It's been going well. Oh, excuse me. Who's buzzing at me? I'm trying to slay beasts I'm on Hunter.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Fucking yo!
No theft here, just regular support thistle 2 noodles.
Still counts, Dins. Still counts. And thank you. Oh yeah, and so Dins, when you came on in, we were talking about Squall's Gunblade from Final Fantasy VIII, and how it was all about perfect timing for like extra special critical damage. Oh, also, what's Ludwig's Blade's requirements? Because I don't want to kill ourselves trying to get it all together. Oh, just Strength 12, Dex 12. Yeah, we're fine for that. Red Burning Dragon. Does Dins have the Dinsdale Dinner Dome? I don't know, but I want that to be the case. Come on, Jeffrey, get him! Diddly-loo! I do want that Holy Blade. Well, we can progress a little bit further in Holy Church area. I don't really want to blow the cash on buying to open the front door. Juligan, old sketch comedy, older than old. Ah, you speak the old tongue. That of Dead Parrot, potentially hiding, and the Ministry of Silly Walks. These are sacred terms in this place. Alright. Smug Rainbow Pony, thank you for the good banter, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend. I don't know how much I'll be able to be on the Discord this weekend, but I will bloody try, because there are Gandams that need building, and there are people what need their arse kicking. Like this guy, Grandad Henry. Do you want a chance to reload, Grandad? Do you want a chance to reload? Well, tough. The Gatling gun Grandad's already killed me, so I am just bearing a grudge at this point. I can't believe you waited for me to stop stabbing. Oh, you did not just do that! You guys coming, or...? This turn's finished! Bonk. And Mr. Gunn, what's up? Whoop! Oh, did not dodge that at all! By the old gods and the new, I did not dodge any of that in the slightest. Yeah, okay, PVS, we could probably like play matchmaker of get Gatling Gun Grandad and Machine Gun Mother Teresa together. You know what? They might like it. A little bit of romance could spice up their lives. And again, to those of you who just joined us, I hope you're having a lovely weekend. Shit, I should probably introduce myself. Fuck! I'm really bad at that. Hi, I'm Will. It's great to meet you all. I worked in video games for 1,000 years, and I love talking about both video games and the games industry. So if you want to talk about nonsense and fun banter, I got you. But yeah, so the one thing I was going to say, so when it comes to the Chalice dungeons, I really appreciate them. Much like pretty much everything in Bloodborne, at first glance, it really does feel like it's something very obvious. Also, what a feckin' cool shot. Like, that the Chalice dungeons are basically a way for people to grind and acquire resources in like a little challenge environment. Like, seems fun and quirky. In reality, like, the Chalice dungeons were like the dark-seated catacombs beneath all of this. The very heart of where it happened. You know, the hunters that went before 1,000 years in the past were probably the ones that found the old blood. The thing that makes Bloodborne so special is that everything that seems like it is very gamey, very we just threw this in because of video game reasons, ends up being something really important or very poignant. We were talking about this with the Blackout Club, and how there's a lot of the Blackout Club that makes you feel like you're just doing regular stuff until you stop and look at it and then realize, holy shit, like, this is actually something very... Alright, Barry, mate. Bonk! Ah! Oh, rebonk. So, Julia, I would agree that Celeste is definitely in that space, because Celeste puts forward this idea of like a challenge platformer with a lot of like silly and fun characters, but ends up being a very, very personal story in a different way. Yeah, Dins, Rebonk, it's the shoe brand you get down the market. Looks like the other one, but it costs half the price. Feck you, Sniper Grandad. Get fucked! Am I the baddie? Am I the Bloodborne baddie? I might be. I've got... But yeah, we actually have to go downstairs to go to the back entrance. Neo Shadow's like, in this game, I'd say no. God, it does make me want to rewatch bloody Brotherhood of the Wolf, which isn't a very good film. It's a very pretty film. It's not a good film. Alright. Well, let's start heading down. We'll see if we can find Grandad's corpse. Yeah, okay, Geraldine, you make a good point. It's a Souls game, meaning there are no goodies except for Solaire, who is perfect and has no flaws. Get back here, you embodiment of nonsense! Oh, my knees. Wait, is it embodiment of madness or embodiment of nonsense? It's definitely one or t'other. This sure does feel like a great big trap. On the plus side, it's nice to see the architects from Blighttown are still getting work. Children says there are two paths down. One of them is the secret that starts by walking towards the cliff and then turning around. Shit, you'll have to point that one out because I don't know it. Lagmeister's like, Brotherhood of the Wolf. There's a film I haven't heard in some time. And Lagmeister, I'm doing real good. Loads of people have been in today. In terms of the heist, we are kicking ass. So, yeah, doing real good. How are you? Chorna says, this tower kind of sucks. I have to look up the path to the hidden workshop every time. Oh, would you mind looking it up for me? Because I'm pretty sure there's something else in the... There's something in the hidden workshop that we need later on, isn't there? Or there's a special weapon in there? I forget. It reminds me of the fecking well. Hated that well. It's one of the chords. Is it that one? I think it might be that one. In which case, I think I've missed the jump. Oh no, I might be able to head this way. Alright. Yeah, and Chaunerus, yeah, so there's full torch. Let me turn the hand lantern as well. Sorry, I didn't even think that you might not be able to see as well. So there's that pulley system over there. That one seems to be hanging from the rafters. Right, worst case, I can take the yellow paper back up. But if it is that one there, I kind of biffed the access for it. Oh, and again, friends, just in case you only just joined us, I have played through this beforehand, as have a lot of peeps here, so if I miss stuff, if there's things going on, feel free to tell me. Unless you're trying to tell me about the guy in the tower, I killed him out of spite and I'll do it again. Chaunerus, sadly, it's not, I'm not able to pull up videos right now. Because the way the game capture's working for the PS4. Madman's knowledge. Better than nothing. I have fucked up now. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. You know what? Let's just pop that yellow paper and let's forget that I was stupid. Alright, so the secret was on the first jump. Alright, Chaunerus, thank you. I'll hang fire once we get to the tower area. Lost Flower's like, hey, you know that guy who was in the tower, had friends, family, a life with his minigun? Really interesting lore. Yeah, it's weird that they chose to write that story with, and then they got massacred by me for being an inconvenience. It's weird. That's not the ending I would have written, but, you know, I don't want to question FromSoft's artistic intent. They know what they did. But yeah, no, so the guy in the tower does actually have a bunch of lore, and I didn't know you could make friends with him. However, we'll probably end up doing that on, like, if we do any New Game Plus nonsense, you know? Oh, feck off. Alright, let's see. Where are you going? Fight me! Oh, you know what? Feck you lot. I'd have to put up with your weird nonsense. Alright, so it's here. Alright, so it's the first jump. Right. Oh, cursed! It's a kaleidoscope, innit? Okay, walk towards the middle of the tower, then turn around, and there's some ropes with a platform next to it. Is it that one? Alright, the door we walked in. This one? I just realised the technical difficulty of trying to direct my dumbass through this using only the medium of ASCII. So you have to jump under the platform you're standing on towards the wall. Okay, this is one of the things I will say is, friends, if you're ever making a video game, create something that is violently obtuse for situations like this, where your users will be like, ah, see, they were absolutely... okay, so you have to jump under the platform you're standing on towards the wall. And yes, this tower is way too dark. Yeah, I've even got the brightness up because I have lights on me, so it's really hard to see darkly lit games. Fucking Blighttown. Alright, everyone. Come on in. Yeah, From Soft Design meeting. Now, before you all got here, Gregory was pitching me a great idea. Gregory was like, here's what we need for our brand new hit game, Bloodborne. We need to take all the darkness and infuriation of Blighttown, but put it into a tube. Okay, do you see those columns ropes hanging off the platform? Okay, do you mean these ones here? Well, those ones are there. Okay, so we're going to call these ones ropes A. Am I jumping for rope A? And again, Shauna is like, thank you for guiding me through this. Okay, so that's what we're jumping for. Alright. This is an outrage! Drugs! More drugs! Alright. Now where to next? Is it that little one below? Banjo. One of the true horrors of Bloodborne. Physics. We here at the Healing Ministration of Holy Blood Church have come up with a meticulous potion that will solve you of all of your wounds, aches, and illnesses. But not gravity. Gravity can still fuck you. This has been the Healing Blood Ministration Church Order of the Day. Alright, straight down, and we're at the door. Doop-de-doo. Apples and peas. Yeah, thank you, Chornerous. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Taking more drugs. The old abandoned workshop. A dream within a dream. One of the trees is giggling at me. God, I forgot about this bit. And this was before Dark Souls 3 and like the whole like return to the burnt out flame. The doll's attire. Read into that how you will. Oh, well, Fearless, like, congratulations. Bloodstarved Beast kicked the shit out of me today. Old Hunter's Bone. We've got... Ah, 1/3 of the umbilical cord. Oh, no! An abandoned doll. Not cool! Not cool. And a lamp. And a small hair ornament. The art of quickening speeds up rolling and quick steps. Unlimited use. Wait, what? So that's like a sidearm that makes you faster? Shit, I must not have found this in my first playthrough because I do not remember it. And the umbilical cord is something we need to acquire for the biggest and saddest of the endings. Okay, small hair one. Now, what's the story on this one? A small, very ordinary hair ornament. Although it has been lost for quite some time, one can still see signs of care with which kept this tasteful ornament. The colour would stand out most brilliantly against a head of greyish hair. Offer the hair ornament to the doll in the workshop. It's a quick equip spell. Nice. This is the point where I'm very glad to have you lot with, because FromSoft have no qualms in giving you items that you might not understand their full meaning, and then you implement them, or you use them, and it's like, you have done goofed now. It gives us 3 insight. Shit, yeah. We're up to 20 insight. And once again, the trees in that area were talking to me.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
Give small hair ornament.
What? What is this?
I found it in a cool workshop, don't worry.
I can't remember. Not a thing, only I feel. A yearning, something I never felt before.
Aww.
What's happening to me? Tell me, Hunter. Could this be joy? Ah.
And the Tear Stone. The doll will give you a brooch consumable. A silver shining tear stone used to gain droplet blood gem. A doll sheds neither blood nor tears, and thus its nature remains unknown. Whoever thinks this is precious must be troubled by severe naivete. But it's so pretty! Red's like, I know the highest insight has the trees sing you a lullaby. Is it a song? Could we call it a song? Is it a haunting reminder of our own vicious mortality? So the droplet gem fits in all slots. Okay. Now, do we want to chug that down for some extra blood? I tell you what. Let's hold fire, because we're going to be getting Ludwig's Holy Blade. Here's what I'm going to do, friends. I'm going to bring our adventures to a close, because we've done 6 hours, and this is the first time that our top speed has started to slow. Also, we beat a boss. We've been here for 6 hours. We've been kicking ass. But I do promise you, friends, that once we are done with this Bezos heist, let's go back to some silly streams. Let's stream a game that no one else in the world has heard of for 8 hours. Like, let's crow it up. Because, yeah, I like spending time with you lot. I love doing this, and the reason why Mr. Twitch doesn't like me is that I want to keep going. I want to keep hanging out with you lot. This is good. Yeah. Oh, and Vanderbeest, the problem is we're spoilt for lovely peeps to raid into. But, first and foremost, this is week, 3 of 4.5. November's a long month. Oh yeah, Caffeine will absolutely play some Wizmod. You lot have all been bringing the thunder throughout this. And not just, like, lurking and hanging out, but, like, the whole of the Longship and Friendos and everyone has come together. And November is a hard month to ask this of you all. And you've all been fucking brilliant, so I want to say thank you. You've also been bringing the thunder on bits and donations. House Carl has been hunting with reckless abandon. Like, you are the true good hunters. And seriously, thank you. I've been so focused on so many different things that I feel I've been a bit scattergun of late. And I just wanted to restate, I love this. I know I was a prickly piece of shit last night, but I really enjoy just being able to hang with everybody and, play Sea of Thieves and video games and whatnot. This is the feckin' best. And I am legit honoured to be the numpty that you lot have put in the seat as your resident mech pilot idiot and whatnot. Yeah, Geraldine, that's... Someone once said that, it was Foldable Human, Bloodborne's happiest ending is also its saddest. That the deeper you go into Bloodborne, the worse. The worse it may be. But you know what? Being a baby eldritch being, that could be pretty cool. Deus, well, do you want to... Okay, Deus, I'll DM blep at you about this, alright? Alright, so, to that effect, dear friends, I would like to say thank you to the following people. As you well know, my dumbass and the Longship as a whole is entirely supported by whatever you lot kindly throw in, with donations and bits especially, so... When I say thank you, I hope you know how much that means. Keldra, no! I'm having a moment!
Sneak.
No! Keldra! Thank you. So to Philosun, thank you for the cash donation. That is a massive help. To Shackle Draconis, Vanderbeest, Sky Aegis, Some Numbers, Lyris Dragon, Pun Spectre and Keldra and Favor 6 and Bacon Avenger and J-Post, Rhymes of Moose and Big Saxy, Naru Hoodie, Dippy Banjo, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Head of House Valkyrie, all of you. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you to our incredible mod team. Today that was Caffeine, Lizzie T. Pow, and Rhymes with Moose. Couldn't do it without you friends, and why you lot put up with me, I'll never know. To excellent alignment, Generic Skybox, Swamp Bear, Sloth Roboto, and Dippy Banjo. It was lovely to meet you all, and I really hope that we get to hang out and chat games some more, because one of the cool things about this whole thing is how many new peeps we've met. The Longship makes new friends. And to Kisa Saitama, Lyris Dragon, The Dreamer, AR, Zaitoshi, Fredericks, Gasgrave, Residualunt, Dak Dolan, Mr. Hoffman, Wet Paint Gaming, Jaralan, Jaralan, Deus JZ, Lord Kurugai. Don't know if I said that right. Cade the Thulu Bean, Iron Imp, Excellent and Dinsdale, whether you were gifted subs or throwing in, fucking thank you. And the legendary lineup of El Dirty Squirrel, Jetman J, Dinsdale, and the Sensual Ketsune, thank you all. To the Sensual Ketsune especially, I'm sorry I said bad words when you came in, but that was the Blood-Starved Beast. That was... No! J-Post, no! That was the Blood-Starved Beast. That wasn't my fault. Again, thank you all for helping me with these runs and just being fucking cool. Okay. Yo, did Desert Bus come to a close? My follows messed up. Well, why are you not like this? I mean, obviously, thank you all. It finished earlier today, okay. For some reason, I thought it was finishing tomorrow. So I can offer you one of 3 choices. Pokemon, Lego, or... Alright, I'm offering you Lego or Pokemon. Pokemon or Lego. Poke Lego? Mongo? Nah. That's definitely more choices for Pokemon than for Lego. Oh shit, it's split. Damn, that doesn't help! Lego. Plego. Oh shit. Okay, we've got more for Lego. This is the problem with having so many good friends. Right. So, the Legos have it. So I'm going to pass you over to my good friend Sapience. Now, Sapience is like one of the Jedi masters of like community management. Was someone that I learnt my craft from, and is still a huge force for good in the community management scene. And he's currently building some cool Lego stuff. If you want to talk like proper old school video game stuff, if you want to talk like some serious... Oh, okay, serious is the wrong word. You want to hear the good stories? This is a person worth chatting to. And yeah, this is the problem, friends, about having so many cool streams all going on at once. It's like, where do we go? It was hard enough just to pick which Pokemon person, you know? But yeah, Rich has been fecking cool to me throughout my video gaming career. So if you haven't had the chance to meet him, it's fecking cool that I get to introduce you. Right. But other than that, thank you for a cracking week. Cruxy Terror. Thank you all for a cracking week. Alright? I'll post the numbers for the heist later on, but today was strong. So, thank you, good hunters. Thank you, one and all. If I don't see you on Discord tomorrow, we'll be back on Tuesday for Valheim with Joe Cat. And, oh yeah, I haven't announced Wednesday yet, but it should be a good one. Alright, go. Party most high. Have an excellent weekend. I'll see you soon. This